Chapter 165. Everything changed overnight. Let me put it this way. The Dragon Head religion isn't a real organization, and it doesn't have any fixed members. No one knows how many of them there are, how strong they are, and where they are scattered. Xun Yu said, it can even be said that they don't belong to the profound class. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. He didn't understand. From what Xun Yu said, the Dragon Head religion seemed to be a very powerful force. However, he found it hard to believe that Xun Yu would say something like this when she couldn't even be bothered to nurture a group of people that even Saint Ryuin couldn't be bothered to nurture. The existence of the Dragon Head religion is much older than you think. If you insist on a timeline, I'm afraid that the Saint Ryuin has existed even before many people were born. In a profound class, this Dragon Head religion is just an unremarkable branch they established. What I know is the Dragon Head religion that you've encountered. Qin Feng was shocked. The Dragon Head religion was established so long ago. The Dragon Head religion that almost dominated the Xian class was just a branch. I don't understand. Since this organization is so powerful, why would they care about a profound class? Qin Feng asked. That's where you're wrong. They're not that powerful. Xun Yu shook her head slightly and said, how strong can a group of people with the lowest talent in Saint Ryuin be? The strength I'm talking about is the uniqueness of this organization's existence. In a sense, they are a node of Saint Ryuin's control over the entire primitive land. Seniors who graduate from Saint Ryuin due to insufficient potential and don't wish to leave can join the Dragon Head religion and establish branches all over the world to gather information for the Saint Ryuin. Maybe it's because they were all born here and have special feelings for this place. In addition, their occupation is special, so they always want to look at this place with a high and mighty attitude to show off. What are they doing here? The higher-ups won't care at all, because the profound class itself is not worth mentioning. That's why the Dragon Head religion you've encountered now are just some insignificant members of this organization who want to satisfy their mediocre life through absolute control of this place. It's just for vanity. Hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood. His heart sank slightly. The Dragon Head religion was so huge. How could he resist? Moreover, if he really wanted to destroy this place, wouldn't it attract the attention of the real Dragon Head religion? Actually, you can do whatever you want, but the prerequisite is that you have the confidence to deal with the Dragon Head religion members here, Xun Yu said. What do you mean? Do you really think that the higher-ups don't know what's going on here? Xun Yu asked in return, shaking her head with a smile. They don't care because they want to see if your force has the potential to grow. If you can really destroy the Dragon Head religion here, it means that your force has the potential to grow. Since that's the case, the Academy will naturally be preserved. The real Dragon Head religion works for the Academy, so they won't make things difficult for your force. Many years later, they might even cooperate with each other. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can make this force big and strong. Qin Feng nodded. He had an idea in his heart. After talking with Xun Yu, Qin Feng understood more about the Dragon Head religion. He knew how terrifying this force was, but fortunately, this was just some insignificant members of the Dragon Head religion. There were only two paths in front of him. The first was to obediently listen to these people's orders and disband his force. The second was to fight to the death and completely destroy these people, making Tu Tianhui truly strong and strong. He naturally couldn't choose the first path, so he had no way out. From today onwards, Tu Tianhui withdrew all of its men from the Western District. At the same time, it contacted the Eastern District and gave half of its territory to the Eastern District. Tu Tianhui's move was completely unexpected by the other two districts. Why would Tu Tianhui, who controlled two districts and was at the peak of his power, suddenly give up his territory? Tu Tianhui didn't say anything to the outside world. It was calm. On the third day, the Eastern District entered the Northern District's territory and occupied half of it. On the fourth day, the Southern District also moved, sending some people to take over the Western District. After a few more days, there were no abnormalities, so the Southern District sent more people to the Western District. Tu Tianhui didn't care about this at all, and seemed to have given up. Over time, These forces also relaxed and began to manage the territory they had obtained. Half a month later, Tu Tianhui released the first news in a while. They were going to lay off some members and disband some members. This surprised everyone. It was hard to understand why the powerful Tu Tianhui would do this. Wasn't this the same as weakening their own power? But even so, after Tu Tianhui released this news to the outside world, there was no more movement. Moreover, from the dejected expressions on some Tu Tianhui members' faces, this news was indeed true. Maybe they're under some kind of pressure. This is good. Quick, continue to send people into the Western District and consolidate our power. I have to hurry too. Don't let those guys take the initiative. Secmaster, do we still want the Northern District's territory? Nonsense. Don't tell me we're going to sit and wait for the other sects to grow stronger. Send more people to me. There were big movements in the Eastern and Southern Districts. They sent their most capable members to these two places to vigorously develop their own forces. Tu Tianhui didn't seem to notice the movements in the two districts. The atmosphere was dead inside, and there wasn't the slightest reaction. This also intensified the guesses of the other two districts, and they continued to send people. Among them, the Southern District was naturally the most. After all, the Western District was an entire district. Compared to half of the Northern District's territory, the benefits were much greater. In the end, it was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. The Southern District sent almost half of its people. On the surface, Tu Tianhui didn't do anything, but secretly, all the members of the Dark Hall were sent to the Eastern District and mixed in with the various forces. Half a month passed like this. Late one night, all of Tu Tianhui's forces were mobilized. A small-scale battle at the border between the Northern and Eastern Districts was quickly quelled. Then, like a whirlwind, it swept through the entire Eastern District. No one knew that the Eastern District had changed hands that night. As dawn approached, the whirlwind grew even stronger. It rushed into the Southern District and began to wreak havoc. When it was completely clear that day, more than half of the Southern District had already fallen. At this time, Qin Feng's fighting strength had recovered. He led the fresh troops that had rested for half a night to join the battle. Like a whirlwind, they swept through the entire Southern District. It was only at this time that the news was fully exposed. The Eastern District and Southern District had been destroyed. However, at this time, Qin Feng had already led his men into the Western District. The people here couldn't stop them at all. In fact, with the strength here, it wasn't impossible to fight against Tu Tianhui's exhausted forces. However, at this time, news came that the Eastern and Southern Districts had already fallen into Tu Tianhui's hands. Therefore, there's almost no resistance from these people, and most of them surrendered. At this point, the Eastern and Southern Districts were merged into Tu Tianhui, and the four districts were truly unified. Chapter 166. The dragon-slaying plan in one night. The two Eastern and Southern Districts fell under Tu Tianhui's control, shocking all the idle people in the other four districts. Tu Tianhui was too abnormal. They had thought that conquering the Western District in one night was heaven-defying enough, but now they were even more ruthless, directly conquering the remaining two districts. Since ancient times, no power had been able to unify the four districts, and it was impossible to do it so quickly that no one could react. It was simply creating a legend. At this time, people realized that Tu Tianhui had been pretending to be weak before, accumulating strength in secret. It was just that people found it hard to believe that no matter how strong Tu Tianhui was, they only ruled two districts. How could they have the ability to swallow the other two districts in one night with lightning speed? It should be known that the combined forces of the Eastern and Southern Districts were not weaker than Tu Tianhui, and were even slightly stronger. But from the way things were going, it seemed that Tu Tianhui was just going through the motions, taking in a few forces while they were at it. It was very simple, completely crushing all the forces of the two districts combined. What was going on? Even if it was a sneak attack on the Eastern District, they could have done it with their strength, but how did they destroy the Southern District as well? Was Tu Tianhui too strong, or the Eastern and Southern Districts too weak? No one knew why, except for a few core members of Tu Tianhui. Even the ordinary two Tianhui sect members did not understand, thinking that the two districts were just empty talk. But there was no doubt that Tu Tianhui had become the leader of the 4 districts, and the so-called 9 sects and 18 schools had become history, scattered with the wind. Only Tu Tianhui controlled the 4 districts, and was like the sun in the sky. I never thought that we would really succeed. In Tu Tianhui's high-level meeting hall, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Until now, they still felt like they were living in a dream. It was too inconceivable. Everyone, don't be happy too early. We still need to deal with the dragon head religion. Qin Feng reminded everyone not to let down their guard. Fengge, don't worry. Now that the 4 major regions are all under our control, they won't dare to rashly make a move, Duan Hong said with a smile, his face glowing. He was now full of admiration for Qin Feng. When he had just followed him, Qin Feng had said that if necessary, he wouldn't mind destroying the 4 major districts. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, but the things that happened during this period of time made him admire Qin so much that he was speechless. Controlling the northern district, swallowing the western district, destroying the eastern and southern districts, and taking control of the entire 4 districts. In his opinion, it was simply unrealistic. However, it had happened, and it had happened to this person who was several years younger than him. In the past, he was just a hooligan with empty ambitions, but after following Qin Feng, he became a heavyweight who could make the profound class tremble with a stomp of his feet. He also knew that everything he had now was given to him by this young man who had yet to reach adulthood. Fengge, don't worry. As long as the dragon head religion dares to show up, we will definitely teach them a lesson, he said heroically. Qin Feng glared at him and said, wait until the dragon head religion is eradicated, then you can be happy for me. Duan Hong was so frightened that he immediately woke up. Qin Feng looked around and said, I know that you're all very happy that Tu Tianhui has become the leader of the profound class, but want to tell you that if the dragon head religion is not destroyed, it will always be a big problem for us. All of you be careful. Remember my words. Only Tu Tianhui can make the opponent sneak in through the window. This kind of thing will definitely not happen to us, understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. After dismissing everyone, Qin Feng gestured for Hong Yu, Duan Hong, Zhao Cheng, and Su Kai to stay. Let the subordinates relax a little and give the dragon head religion a breather. This was the first sentence that Qin Feng said, causing everyone to be puzzled. Fengge means that he is worried that our people will discover that the dragon head religion is not a match for them and will suffer unnecessary losses. Su Kai said. Qin Feng looked at him, nodded, and said with a smile, Little Kai, can you understand my second meaning? Second meaning? Su Kai was stunned, blinked his eyes, and finally shook his head. In the future, you have to use your brain more. The position of the Master Hall Master is not that easy. Master Hall Master? Those words not only left Su Kai dumbfounded, the others also fell into a daze. Wasn't the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion Duan Hong, the man who had fought alongside Qin Feng from the very start? In terms of standing and contributions, Duan Hong was higher than Su Kai. It was understandable that he was demoted from the Vice Guild leader to the head of the Master Hall. But why was he demoted again? Knowing the doubts in everyone's mind, Qin Feng said, compared to Duan Hong, you are more suited to be the head of the Master Hall. Besides, I have other arrangements for Duan Hong. Now, think about it as the head of the Master Hall. Was my second meaning. Qin Feng leaned against the back of his chair and looked at Su Kai with a smile. Su Kai's expression was serious as he frowned and pondered. After a while, he raised his head and said in an uncertain tone, Brother Feng, do you want to push them into a corner? You're half right. Qin Feng's pillow chuckled. Having received Qin Feng's affirmation, Su Kai's confidence soared. After a moment of contemplation, he said, It's likely that we won't be a match for them if we send our subordinates down to search for them. So, we should lure them out and mobilize our elites to eradicate them. That's right. Qin Feng nodded as the smile on his face deepened. If it were you, what would you do? Of course, I would use the person they want to kill the most as bait, and... At this point, Su Kai's face suddenly paled. With a trembling voice, he said, Feng Ge, I. Qin Feng waved his hand and nodded with a smile. Very well. You have said what I wanted to say. The person they want to kill the most is me. As long as I give them a chance, they won't give up. Feng Ge, how can we do that? The members of the Dragon Head religion are all experts. If your strength is sealed, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from them. Duan Hong immediately objected. It's too risky to use you as bait. Han Yu also shook his head and said in a low voice, Although I'm the leader of Tu Tianhui, you are the backbone. They all listen to you. If something happens to you, no one will be able to suppress those sect members. I don't agree with this. Moreover, we already control the 4 major districts. We have the power to contend with them. There is no need to take such a risk. Duan Hong nodded and said, Yes, Feng Ge. We don't need to take such a risk now. But if we don't get rid of this thorn, I can't be at ease. Qin Feng shook his head and glanced at them. Suddenly, he changed the topic. Through this period of time, you should know when I can fight. Morning, evening, midnight. You should also know that the current me can be killed by any cultivator. But you should also know that not many people know about my situation. The members of the Dragon Head religion don't know either. If they know that my strength is sealed during these periods of time, what do you think they will do? But how can we make them believe it? This is a problem. They won't believe you without asking around. Sukai said. Qin Feng smiled. During these 3 periods of time, I will hide inside Tu Tianhui. You should send more people to protect me. During other times, try not to let anyone follow me. Chapter 167. Traces emerge after discussing the details with everyone. A dragon-slaying plan slowly unfolded. After everyone left, Qin Feng asked Duan Hong to stay behind. The latter lowered his head and was in low spirits. Why are you like this? Seeing him like an ostrich, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Duan Hong raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. He said with a nervous tone, Feng Ge, did I do something to displease you? Qin Feng knew what he was thinking. He shook his head slightly and said, Duan Hong, you are the first person to follow me, and now I also treat you as my most trusted confidant. Duan Hong wanted to say something, but hesitated. Are you wondering why I removed you from the position of Hallmaster? Qin Feng looked at him and said, Sukai is more suitable for this position than you. This is only the first sentence of my sentence. I haven't said the second sentence yet. Let me tell you now, there's a more important thing that needs you to do, and only you're the most suitable. Duan Hong was shocked. Looking at Qin Feng's expression, this matter was obviously not simple. He thought that Qin Feng was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect that there really was something more important. Feng Ge, please give me your orders. I wanted to leave Tu Tianhui. Duan Hong was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. I want you to leave just to cover up this matter. Qin Feng stared at him and said, This matter can't be known to others. It concerns Tu Tianhui's future. You could choose a few capable and trustworthy people from the society to leave the academy and develop our branch outside. Remember, before there is any substantial progress in this matter, you must not let anyone know about it. Duan Hong was puzzled. Feng Ge, develop our force outside? Why is that? He didn't understand. Tu Tianhui was developing very well now and controlled the entire profound class. He didn't understand why they wanted to expand their power outside the academy. This wasn't a simple matter, and they might even anger the academy. You don't need to know that right now. You just need to understand that whether or not Tu Tianhui can continue to develop depends on how far you develop outside. Duan Hong straightened his face and said seriously, Feng Ge, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission. Qin Feng shook his head and said, This is not a mission, and there are no standards. You just have to keep building our forces outside, and do it in secret. In addition, during this period of time, I will form a shadow troop in Tu Tianhui with Han Yeyu, Zhao Cheng, and others that only the few of us know about. Other than me, only you can dispatch this troop. In the future, if you need any financial, manpower, or material resources outside, I'll try my best to give them to you. You just have to do one thing well, and that is to expand our power to the primitive land. You can rest assured and do it boldly. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. If the earth sinks, I will squat down. Duan Hong nodded deeply. With such a boss supporting him from behind, there was nothing else to say. Okay, Feng. Duan Hong paused for a moment and said, I want to eradicate the people of the Dragon Head religion before leaving. No need. The sooner the better. Qin Feng shook his head and said, they're just some rats crossing the street. Also, you have to remember that this matter is limited to the two of us. Outside, if our forces haven't developed, we must not expose them. Duan Hong nodded and said, Feng Ge, don't worry. I know the importance of this matter. Although he didn't understand why Qin Feng would do this, he knew that for Qin Feng to place so much importance on this matter, it was definitely something very important. It was related to the future of Tu Tianhui. Qin Feng asked him to do such an important thing. It was enough to let him understand the trust that Qin Feng had in him. In fact, this decision was made by Qin Feng on a whim. After understanding the origins of the Dragon Head religion, he knew that a mere leader of the profound class didn't have any deterrent power. Only by making his forces bigger and stronger would he be able to make others pay attention to him. And to make Tu Tianhui big was impossible in the academy. He could imitate those who supported the Dragon Head religion and establish his own forces outside, increasing Tu Tianhui's influence in St. Ryuan. This was a sudden decision he made without much thought or consideration. He didn't consider the feasibility of this matter, but he didn't expect that not long after, this sudden decision of his had saved his life more than once. He even managed to preserve his family, which was on the brink of collapse. He didn't expect that one day in the future, the whole world would know of Tu Tianhui. I hope this decision is right. Qin Feng sighed softly. His eyes gradually became cold as he whispered, Dragon Head religion, it's your turn next. From that day on, in the morning, before evening, and before midnight, Qin Feng had a large number of experts by his side. And in these short periods of time, he rarely went out. And at other times, the number of people following him decreased a lot, and he often went out. Qin Feng didn't know when the people of the Dragon Head religion would make their move, but he knew that the Dragon Head religion must have noticed the movements of these few days. A week passed, and Tu Tianhui didn't make any moves. There were also no signs of Dragon Head religion members appearing. The entire profound class didn't seem to have this organization at all. In the end, even Qin Feng was slightly hesitant. Could it be that part of the Dragon Head religion had left? But his first impression of the middle-aged man was that this group of Dragon Head religion members weren't magnanimous people. He made them suffer such a big loss that they couldn't just let it go. Feng Ge, our people seem to have found members of the Dragon Head religion. On this day, the Dark Hall's Zhang Cheng brought this news. On the surface, it was the information hall that was searching for members of the Dragon Head religion. In fact, Qin Feng had arranged for the Dark Hall. After all, this hall walked in the dark and was most suitable for hiding, attacking, and spying. The information hall was just to confuse the public. Qin Feng made a gesture and brought Zhang Cheng into the secret meeting hall. He also sent people to find Hong Yayu, Zhao Cheng, Su Kai, Song Li, and other core higher-ups. Everyone gathered in the hall. After a simple greeting, Qin Feng asked, where are they? The Eastern District. Zhang Cheng said. In the morning, a few disciples of the Dark Hall found a few suspicious people. They put on a show and pretended to collect protection fees. They had a physical conflict with a few people. After fighting, they found that these people were very strong. Although they deliberately hid their strength, they were still discovered by our people. These people are not the ones in the records. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. Now, almost all the bone-strengthening powerhouses in the 4 districts had joined Tu Tianhui. Even if there were some unaffiliated people who were unruly and unwilling to join, they were still recorded by Tu Tianhui. These people were unfamiliar, suspicious, and deliberately hiding their strength. It was very likely that they were members of the Dragon Head religion. Secretly contact the people in the Eastern District and seal it off. Gather all the masters and enter the Eastern District. One by one, orders were issued. Tu Tianhui, who had been waiting for many days, was instantly activated. All the masters in the Southern District, Northern District, and Western District secretly gathered in the Eastern District. Chapter 168. Setting a trap. Everyone discussed, formulated a strict plan, and then carried it out one after another. Qin Feng sat on the chair with his hands crossed under his chin. His brows were slightly furrowed as his mind spun rapidly, filtering every step over and over again in his mind. Only when he didn't overlook anything did he relax. He couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. The Dragonhead religion had existed for a long time. Although this was only a small gathering place, they had an absolute advantage in terms of age. Every one of them was an expert. Once these people gathered together, they would definitely be a terrifying threat. He had to ensure that there were no loopholes in every step, because he knew that if he didn't succeed this time, it would be more difficult in the future. And this organization would always be a thorn in his heart, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. The sun streaked across the highest peak and slowly set in the western sky. Qin Feng had secretly entered the Eastern District, but just as he decided to act, his heart suddenly skipped a beat as he thought of a terrifying problem. The people of the Dragonhead religion were all old cultivators, mature and experienced in doing things. How could they be discovered by their people? It was possible that they accidentally gave themselves away, but it couldn't be denied that this was intentional. If this was really the reason, then this was a trap set up by the Dragonhead religion, waiting for him to fall into it. In an instant, Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This was very likely a trap set up by the Dragonhead religion. If this was really a trap set up by them, do they have the strength to contend with all the experts of Tu Tianhui? Qin Feng thought in his heart and quickly rejected this possibility. If this was really the case, the Dragonhead religion had no reason to do this. They deliberately exposed their identity. They must know that I will send all the experts of Tu Tianhui. Even if they set up a trap, they can't kill me. So why would they do this? What's the reason? Qin Feng frowned. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was the reason. Stubbornly believing that this was a trap set up by the Dragonhead religion was indeed a bit of a dead end. But Qin Feng was such a person. He would take every possibility into account. This was something he learned from cloudy days. Fengge, are we going to act? Our people are already lying in ambush. They won't be able to escape, even if they have wings. Zhao Cheng asked. Qin Feng didn't say anything. His brain worked quickly as he thought about the Dragonhead religion's true intentions, or if they had any backup plans. Brother Feng, this is the time for you to recover your strength. You can't miss this opportunity, Sukai said. Qin Feng still didn't make a sound. His burning gaze stared at an inconspicuous courtyard in the distance, as a wisp of uneasiness faintly arose in his heart. Everyone was puzzled, especially Han Yeyu, Su Kai, and the others. They knew that Qin Feng's strength had already recovered, so why did he suddenly stop? At this moment, Han Yeyu and the others became nervous because at this time, Qin Feng was in a powerless state. Did you discover something? Han Yeyu asked. Qin Feng nodded first, then shook his head and said, I can't say for sure, but I have a feeling that this might be a trap. They were all shocked. Zhang Cheng said, How is that possible? After discovering them, we planted a large number of spies and confirmed that there are only 5 people from the Dragonhead religion here. There can't be anyone else. With the abilities of the Dark Hall brothers, this news should be true, Zhao Cheng said. Continue to wait. Qin Feng didn't say much, only 3 words. Everyone had no choice but to obey. Time passed quickly like sand. In the blink of an eye, it was close to midnight. Everyone had been waiting here for half a day. They had planned to take action before dusk, but they didn't expect it to drag on for so long. Another 4 hours passed, and it was already the latter half of the night. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the courtyard in the distance. First, someone noticed that something was wrong outside, and then the lights in several rooms lit up. One figure after another jumped out. The people from Tu Tianhui are here. Everyone run. Someone shouted, and 5 figures immediately scattered. Attack! At this moment, Qin Feng finally gave the order. Kill. A large group of Slaughtering Heaven Society's experts rushed forward, followed by a group of relatively strong gang members. Qin Feng walked in the crowd, surrounded by a large group of experts. They walked toward the place where the battle was intense. Soon, the battle ended. 4 of the 5 people from a Dragonhead religion were killed, and 1 was captured alive. Qin Feng walked to the person who was being suppressed and couldn't help but smile. We meet again. This person was actually the middle-aged man who had sneaked into his room. Qin Feng, you're despicable. The middle-aged man's eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared fiercely at Qin Feng. You're secretly looking for an opportunity to kill me, and that's not despicable. Qin Feng laughed lightly. From the way these people were running for their lives, it didn't seem like a trap set by the Dragonhead religion. They really wanted to live. He felt that he might have been overthinking things. There weren't many people from the Dragonhead religion here. Humph! You've offended the Dragonhead religion. Qin Feng, your good days are over. The middle-aged man snorted. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, you won't have any leeway left. Our people won't let you go. Bang! Zhao Cheng kicked the middle-aged man's head and shouted, The Dragonhead religion has been disbanded. You people just want to use the remaining power to dominate this place. Ha! I never thought that we would one day be able to eradicate the Dragonhead religion. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement. Only Qin Feng's face sank. The middle-aged man's words didn't seem like a blind threat before his death. He seemed to be very confident. He pretended to be disdainful and said, The Dragonhead religion has been disbanded long ago. It's no longer the Dragonhead religion of the past. With just a few of you, what can you do? Humph! The middle-aged man snorted. His face was full of ridicule. Qin Feng's eyes slowly narrowed. After a long time, he said loudly, Everyone, the Dragonhead religion exists in name only. Today, everyone has worked hard. Let's find a place to have a good drink as a reward for everyone. With that, he made a gesture. Zhao Qing chopped off the middle-aged man's head with a knife. Everyone, let's drink until we're drunk. A large group of people from Tu Tianhui came to this area's branch and took out some aged wine. Qin Feng picked up a big bowl and looked around. He said loudly, Drink until we're drunk today. Drink until we're drunk. Everyone shouted. Secretly sent a message to all the bone-strengthening realm members. The Dragonhead religion will invade later. Tell them to be careful. Qin Feng said softly. Hong Yayu and the others were shocked. They looked at him in disbelief. Feng Ge, there are still people in the Dragonhead religion? Then how can we drink here? Zhao Cheng was shocked. He lowered his voice and said, Feng Ge, we should now. Chapter 169. Annihilation of the Dragonhead religion. This celebratory feast continued until the sky was slightly bright. Only then did it come to an end. Everyone was drunk to the point of dizziness, lying on the ground. Yayu, Zhao Cheng, accompany me to the backyard. Qin Feng struggled to support himself and said. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng was shocked and said loudly, Feng Ge, it's not convenient for you to go out now. There's no need. The Dragonhead religion has been eradicated. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Is there anyone inside who would harm me? Impossible. The people of Tu Tianhui are loyal to Feng Ge. Then isn't that enough? The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, supported Qin Feng as they walked towards the backyard. Is everything ready? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. 30 in the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm, 58 in the middle stage, and 103 in the early stage. Hong Yayu replied. Qin Feng nodded secretly. The 3 of them came to the backyard and discussed some matters in the cold wind of the rising sun. Soon the sun came out. At this time, Qin Feng's spiritual power in his mind were all restored. They're here. Qin Feng suddenly sent a spiritual message to the other 2. Don't let them notice anything strange. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed in the yard, spiritual power rolling around their bodies. An oppressive aura covered their faces. 9 at the peak of the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm. Zhao Cheng and Hong Yayu were shocked. These 9 people were all terrifyingly strong. It was difficult to find anyone in Tu Tianhui who could match them. Who are you people? Zhao Cheng pretended to be ignorant and shouted. The 9 people lined up, each with a cold face and a cold, murderous aura. They all stared at Qin Feng, their eyes full of murderous intent. You are the remaining members of the Dragonhead religion. Qin Feng's face was calm. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You even used your own people as bait. The process is not important. What's important is the ending. We will kill you. A middle-aged man said coldly. No one has ever provoked the Dragonhead religion, because anyone who has appeared before has died. Today, you will be one of them. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng laughed uproariously. He stared at the 9 of them as he shook his head repeatedly. A hint of mockery could be seen on his lips as he asked, "Aren't you guys surprised?" The 9 of them were shocked at the same time. The middle-aged man said in shock, "You set this up? Impossible. You're deliberately mystifying things." Seeing the look of disbelief on the other party's face, Qin Feng was too lazy to explain. He clapped his hands, and a loud and clear sound rang out in the courtyard. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large group of people rushed over from every corner of the courtyard. Some people also came out from the rooms and coldly stared at the 9 people of Dragonhead sect. Kill them. Qin Feng waved his arm, and a large group of people rushed over with swords and sabers, drowning the 9 people from the Dragonhead sect. Rumble. A fierce battle broke out. Blood was spilled at the first contact. Several experts of Tu Tianhui died on the spot. In terms of individual combat power, they were far inferior to the 9 people of Dragonhead religion. However, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Whenever one fell, 2 or even 3 would rush up. Soon, the people of Dragonhead religion were all suppressed and had little ability to resist. Brothers, only by killing Qin Feng will we have a chance to live. The middle-aged man said loudly. The remaining 8 people also began to fight desperately, rushing towards Qin Feng. The 9 people burst out at the same time, which also brought a great impact to the people of Tu Tianhui. 3 of them broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards Qin Feng. Protect Feng Ge. Follow me. Zhao Cheng led 5 experts of the bone strengthening realm and rushed forward to stop one of them. 2 more rushed over. Leave 3 people behind. The rest of you attack. Hong Yayu led 3 people to face another person of Dragonhead religion. 2 of the 3 people were stopped, and the remaining 1 rushed towards Qin Feng without any hindrance. Protect Feng Ge. The remaining 3 people rushed forward. Get out of my way, the middle-aged man shouted. Fierce spiritual power rolled out and shook the 3 people away. Qin Feng, so what if you set up a trap? In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless. The middle-aged man rushed over, laughing malevolently as he blasted out a palm strike towards Qin Feng. From his point of view, the current Qin Feng had no combat prowess and had no experts protecting him. As long as he waved his hand, he would be able to easily kill Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng, who was close at hand, the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. Go to hell. He slapped down without much strength. Because he had forced the 3 people back, he did not have time to accumulate more strength. But for him, it was enough to kill Qin Feng. However, at this moment, Qin Feng, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head with a strange smile on his face. Then, he was shocked to see Qin Feng pointing a finger at him. Then he saw a finger light shoot out. At this moment, the middle-aged man's smile froze on his face. He was too close and had no time to react. He never thought that Qin Feng still had the strength to fight back. Poochie. The finger light hit the middle-aged man between his eyebrows, causing his head to explode completely. Blood and brain matter flew all over the sky. After killing the middle-aged man with 1 move, Qin Feng pointed his finger at the expert surrounded by the Hongya fish. His finger trembled slightly, and another finger light burst out. Although the middle-aged man managed to react, he was besieged and could not display a strong defense. The finger light easily broke through his defense. Then, under his horrified gaze, the finger light pierced through his chest, and a powerful force obliterated the life force in his body. Boom! Almost at the same time, Qin Feng had already prepared the battle line array to attack the expert in Zhao Cheng's circle. The fierce spiritual weapon bombarded the man's body. The man's body staggered and blood splattered as he was shaken and forced to retreat. At this moment, the power of water appeared beside him and quickly turned into a water ball, enveloping him. Whoosh! In a flash, Qin Feng entered the water ball and used the space-splitting palm to crack the man's forehead, killing him instantly. In a short time, the 3 people who rushed out were all killed by Qin Feng. This not only shocked the remaining 6 people from the Dragonhead religion, but also the people from Tu Tianhui. The 9 people on the other side were all experts. They needed more than a dozen people to fight against them. However, Qin Feng, their boss, killed 3 people in a short time. This kind of terrifying strength was awe-inspiring. Qin Feng's display of power boosted the confidence of the people from Tu Tianhui, and their attacks became fiercer. On the other hand, the people from the Dragonhead religion were flustered and afraid. It was difficult for them to use their full strength. The battle soon ended, and none of the 9 people from the Dragonhead religion survived. At this point, the Dragonhead religion's influence in the profound class was eliminated, and all 14 people in the religion were killed. Brother Feng. Everyone greeted him in unison, their hearts filled with reverence. Previously, they admired Qin Feng's skills, but after seeing Qin Feng's strength, they were in awe of him. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Hong Yayu whispered with shock in his voice. Qin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. He had used the heaven-devouring finger twice in a row, and the spiritual power in his body had long been depleted. There was no other way. If this continued, Tu Tianhui would suffer a great loss. He could only desperately kill a few people to raise the morale of his side and at the same time attack the opponent's mentality. Chapter 170. Sacred Dragon Realm. Now that the Dragonhead religion had been eradicated, Qin Feng's burden had been lifted. Tu Tianhui could now develop in peace. After this battle, Tu Tianhui became famous in the profound class. After all, even the unchanging number 1 power, the Dragonhead religion, was destroyed by Tu Tianhui. It was enough to show how strong this power was. More and more rogue cultivators joined Tu Tianhui. After resting for a day, Qin Feng recovered. The next day, he found Hong Yayu and asked, "How is the establishment of the Shadow Squad going?" "I already have a candidate in mind, about 30 people," Hong Yayu said. He paused for a moment and looked at Qin Feng. "This is a very strong force. What are you planning to do with them?" "You don't have to worry about that. I have my uses." Hong Yayu stared at Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Are you still wary of me?" Qin Feng was stunned and immediately understood that Hong Yayu had misunderstood. He shook his head and said with a smile, "If I was wary of you, would I dare to find you at this time? But let me tell you, it's just that the time is not right yet." After pausing for a while, Qin Feng said helplessly, "Fine. Letting you know about this will make things easier." Next, Qin Feng told Hong Yayu about the real Dragonhead religion and his plans. The latter was stunned for quite a while before he could react. A chill ran down his spine. Was this the true Dragonhead religion? "You are secretly developing our forces outside the academy. Are you planning to fight against the real Dragonhead religion?" After calming down, Hong Yayu asked, "That's only one of the reasons. After all, we killed some of them, so we have to be on guard." Qin Feng nodded slightly and continued, "The most important thing is that the Saint Triuin's upper echelons will pay attention to us as long as our influence grows. One day, Tu Tianhui may even become the second Dragonhead religion. If we just dominate the profound class, we can enjoy it for a few more years. After graduation, we will be separated. Rather than that, we might as well go all the way and develop Tu Tianhui. In the future, these people won't have to live too miserably outside." Hong Yayu was deeply impressed by Qin Feng's methods and courage. If she had known the origin of the Dragonhead religion from the start, she probably wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts of resistance. And he actually dared to do this. Without a doubt, if he succeeded, Tu Tianhui's future would be limitless. But if he failed, he would undoubtedly die. She didn't even dare to think about it. let alone do it. I really didn't expect you to be so crazy. She shook her head and suddenly said, Duan Hong was arranged by you to do this. He's not talented, but he's quick-witted and is best at socializing. He's the most suitable for this. Qin Feng nodded and said, the shadow troop is for him to use to expand his influence outside. I'm telling you because, firstly, I don't want to hide it from you. Secondly, I want you to assist Duan Hong and provide him with everything he needs. Hong Yayu nodded and thought for a while. She frowned and said, You're handing the power to him. Aren't you afraid that one day he will? At this point, Hong Yayu didn't continue. She knew that Qin Feng understood what she meant. Qin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. Duan Hong knows what he's suitable for. If he's given power, he can expand his territory and conquer the world, but he's not someone who can protect the world. A smart person who knows that he can't protect the world and wants to protect his position, the only thing he can do is to find a boss who suits his ambition. Duan Hong is a smart person, and I am the boss who could satisfy his ambitions. He's a smart person and won't let his hard work go to waste. So, he will definitely follow me loyally. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Hong Yayu felt a chill in her heart. To be able to analyze her subordinate's mentality so thoroughly and tie such a capable person to her side with just a few words, that was just, right. How's your brother's matter going? Qin Feng asked. Hong Yayu sighed and said helplessly, a little. It seems to have something to do with the Dragonhead religion. I thought that after getting rid of these people, it would be over. I didn't expect the true Dragonhead religion to still exist. It's okay. Since you followed me, then your revenge is my revenge. Qin Feng patted Hong Yayu's shoulder and smiled. If one day I find out that it has something to do with the Dragonhead religion, I will find that person and hand him over to you. Looking at the smile on Qin Feng's face, Hong Yayu felt a warm current in her heart. Why are you looking at me like that? I promised you some benefits, and you are so touched that you are willing to give yourself to me? Qin Feng teased. Hong Yayu's face turned red, and she stared at him. This flirtatious look made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Without a doubt, Hong Yayu was a really beautiful woman. If she wasn't the sect leader of vast, desolate sect, who knew how many people chased after her. She stared at him like she was complaining about her wife. Who knows how many people will be charmed by your gaze? Even I want to take you in. Qin Feng smiled and made a joke. Who knew that Hong Yu was like a cat whose little tail had been stepped on? He instantly exploded and revealed his sharp little claws. He squinted at Qin Feng with his big eyes. If you dare to have improper thoughts about me, I will castrate you. Qin Feng swallowed and quickly waved his hand. I was just joking. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. I can hit anyone but you. As long as you know, little brother. Hong Yayu snorted, but she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. By the way, I have something important to tell you. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, Hong Yayu said with a serious expression, In a few days, the Sacred Dragon Realm will open. This is a great opportunity for us. The Sacred Dragon Realm? Qin Feng was stunned. What was that place? I knew you didn't know. Hong Yayu rolled her eyes at him. The Sacred Dragon Realm is a magical place in St. Ryuan. It opens every 50 years. It is said that there are many ancient inheritances inside that can help people build a foundation for psychic communication. It can even help people soar into the sky and become supreme enlightened cultivators. Supreme enlightened cultivators? Qin Feng was shocked and felt his mouth go dry. After bone strengthening was psychic communication. Above that was the Nine Heavens realm. It was said that above the Nine Heavens was the supreme enlightened cultivators. However, he had never heard of anyone becoming a supreme enlightened cultivator. That realm was too far away and illusory. It was somewhat unrealistic. This is just a rumor. Hong Yayu smiled awkwardly. Even she herself felt that she was exaggerating. She said, but it's not impossible to develop a person's foundation and let them soar to the sky in one go. There's an elder in our academy's elder group. It's said that he was once a student of the Earth class and obtained great fortune in the Holy Dragon realm. In the end, he surpassed the students of the Heaven class and became a high and mighty elder of the Holy Dragon Academy. This is true. That elder is still alive, she reminded him. Qin Feng's eyes burned. Perhaps there was a way to solve his physical condition in such a magical place. When will the sacred dragon realm open? He asked. Chapter 171. Domain of the Mighty Holy Dragon Tablet. Qin Feng was taken aback, asking in astonishment, "Not everyone is qualified. How is that possible? There is a certain number of Holy Dragon medallions. I estimate that less than 1/10 of the people are qualified to enter," Han Yayu said. "If that's the case, what chance does the Profound class and the Earth class have?" Han Yayu shook his head and said, "Strength alone does not give you the right to obtain the Holy Dragon Medallion. When the holy light shrouds everyone, they will be in a strange space. At that time, they will face a choice, the domain of the strong or the Shantian domain. As the name suggests, the domain of the strong is a place where the strong go. There is a strict ranking of the Holy Dragon Medallion there. After entering the domain of the strong, as long as one's strength passes the test, they may be able to obtain a certain level of the Holy Dragon Medallion. As for the Shantian region, it follows the will of the heavens. Inside, there are opportunities to obtain things, but there's also the possibility of obtaining nothing. Most people who are not strong enough can enter there and obtain things by luck." Hearing this, Qin Feng glared and said, "Isn't this bullying? Once the higher-ups of the Saint Ryuin and the mentors take action, we can only try our luck in the Shantian region." "Who told you that?" Han Yayu rolled his eyes and said, "The Holy Dragon Realm opens once every 50 years and has a very strong repulsive force. Spirit-detecting realm cultivators can't enter at all. Therefore, this is a chance encounter between students." Qin Feng was relieved. If that was the case, then the problem would be much simpler. When the time comes, we'll join forces with 2 Tianhui's late-stage bone, strengthening realm experts, and enter the strong realm together. No matter what, we'll be able to get a few Holy Dragon tokens. Qin Feng was taken aback. More than 30 people went in and only took a few pieces? What do you think? Han Yayu flicked Qin Feng's forehead at the clueless Qin Feng and said, "At that time, the Holy Dragon Medallion will be distributed according to the overall strength. The 30 of us are very strong in the Profound class, but in the eyes of the Earth class and Heaven class, we are nothing. However, I think they won't bully us too much. They should give us a few pieces of the lowest grade Holy Dragon token. This is the reward for us." Qin Feng snorted coldly. "Although it's unpleasant to hear, it's just like that. Our strength can't compare to theirs at all. We can only accept it." Han Yayu said, "If we can't accept this, we can only go to the Shantian region." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment before asking, "You just said that the lowest grade of Holy Dragon Medallion is the Holy Dragon Medallion. Could it be that this thing has different grades?" Of course, the Holy Dragon Plate is divided into Snake Plate, Python Plate, Flood Dragon Plate, and Dragon Plate. Han Yayu nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, "I only know the level of the Holy Dragon token, but I don't know how to use it. But I do know that the higher the level, the greater the benefits of entering the Holy Dragon realm." Seeing that Qin Feng was deep in thought, Han Yayu reminded him, "It's best that you don't covet the high-grade Holy Dragon Medallion. There are very few of these Holy Dragon Medallions, and they can't satisfy everyone, especially the Dragon Medallion. As far as I know, there were at most 5 of these medallions before. There aren't enough Holy Dragon Medallions for each grade. Even the Heaven class can't give everyone one, so don't even think about it. If you anger them, we might not even get one." Qin Feng didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed. Suddenly, he thought of a very troublesome problem and hurriedly asked, "When does the holy light envelop? How long does it last?" Han Yayu was also stunned by his question. He said blankly, "I don't know. I only know that when the Holy Dragon Medallions are distributed, the holy light will disappear. Then we can enter the Holy Dragon realm with the Holy Dragon Medallion." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. If it wasn't during those 3 periods, how could he compete with others? He hurriedly sent people to Gu Jiulai and Ying Yuan to find out when a holy dragon realm would be enveloped by the holy light. However, the information he received was not accurate. He was in a terrible mood. This was a once-in-50 years opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it to death. But there was no other way. This thing was not controlled by humans. May the heavens take care of me, he prayed in his heart. 1.5 months later, the sky above Saint Ruin suddenly shook violently. Endless white, holy light spewed out and enveloped the entire Saint Ruin. F*CKU. Qin Feng cursed. It was actually in the morning, and it was when he had just been imprisoned. F*CK. He didn't have enough time even if he wanted to stall for time inside. Qin Feng's vision turned white, and then he appeared in a white world. In front of him, there were 2 gates, and there was a plaque on each of them. Region of the Strong, Shuntian region. Qin Feng grimaced. He was so angry that his liver hurt. He was now a cripple. How could he enter the region of Strong? F*CK. I really have to rely on luck. He cursed as he walked toward the gates of the Shuntian region. Although depressed, he was not a hesitant person. The region of the Strong was not a place he could enter now. He could only enter the Shuntian region. As for the results, it would depend on luck. No, my luck is so bad. I'm afraid I won't get anything even if I enter the Shuntian region. Qin Feng pondered. He felt that he had to be cautious about this choice. Strong, Shuntian. Qin Feng muttered softly and punched the ground hard. Boom! The ground collapsed, and rocks flew into the air. Qin Feng was stunned. My strength. He was stunned. Soon, he thought of something and hurriedly circulated his spiritual power. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had recovered. The gray fog in his tarsus seemed to be suppressed and could not imprison him here. He tried to use his spiritual power, and it could operate freely. This discovery made Qin Feng overjoyed. It seemed that the Holy Dragon Realm could really solve the problem of his body. With his strength recovered, he naturally had the confidence to compete for supremacy in the region of the Strong. He pushed open the gates of Strong. A ray of light swept over, and his mind was slightly dazed. Then, Qin Feng found himself in another white world. Many people appeared in this world, and people were brought into this world from time to time. Qin Feng, why are you here? Hong Yayu and the other 2 Tianhui late-stage bone, strengthening realm experts all gathered around. Hong Yayu said worriedly, You should enter the Shuntian region. It's okay. I can use all my strength here. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Really? Hong Yayu was delighted. If this was the case, their overall strength would rise by a lot. Qin Feng looked ahead, and his eyes were burning. In the sky, there were countless tokens of different colors floating. On the leftmost side, snake chi filled the air, and there were 500 to 600 green holy dragon tokens. In the center, python chi filled the air, and there were more than 200 brown holy dragon tokens. On the far right, there were about 100 purple holy dragon tokens, and there were faintly a flood dragon. On the snake, python, and flood dragon tokens, there were bursts of dragon roars. There was almost a substantial azure dragon waving its tail, shaking the void. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying dragon tail. On the dragon, there were 9 golden holy dragon tokens. Chapter 172. The Unfathomable Tang. Kay hearing this voice, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. He ignored it and led Hong Yayu and the others to another direction. Hey, little cutie, why are you hiding from me? The flower demon quickly caught up and pulled Qin Feng back. She looked dissatisfied. I'm not a devil. Why are you so afraid of me? You're even scarier than a devil. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. The flower demon coming to him at this time was definitely not a good thing. What can I do for you? Qin Feng replied calmly. What kind of expression is that? Flower demon pursed her lips, her big eyes misty. I'm worried about your health, but you don't appreciate it. Seeing her like this, anyone who did not know her would sympathize with her. However, no one nearby had such an expression. Everyone retreated far away. Even Hong Yayu and the others kept a distance from Qin Feng. seeing Flower Demon's pitiful look with tears rolling down her cheeks. Qin Feng curled his lips and said, "Look, how many people still dare to stay in this area?" Flower Demon turned her head and looked around. Indeed, there was no one there. Everyone looked as if they had been attacked by snakes and scorpions, not daring to come close. She grimaced and shouted to the people around her, "What are you all doing? Am I that scary?" No one responded. They all pretended not to hear anything as they stared seriously at the holy dragon medallions. "You guys," Hua Xiaoyao's heart felt stifled. "All right, stop pretending in front of me. I know exactly what kind of person you are." Qin Feng exposed her mercilessly and said, "If you have any wicked thoughts, just say it." "What do you mean by wicked thoughts?" Flower Demon curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said, "I just want to ask you if your body's problem has been solved. How much of a difference is there between your current strength and when you were at your peak? Here, I have some miraculous pills here. Take them and see how they are." Looking at the golden pills in Flower Demon's hand, Qin Feng felt slightly ashamed. He really was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. His expression softened, and he said softly, "Thank you. My strength is sealed right now, and I can't use much power. I only came here to try my luck. I'll accept your kindness." Saying this, he reached out to take the pills. Damn. Flower Demon's Qin Feng, Shui, Translations Editor. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What was going on? The reversal was too big and too fast. He didn't say anything to offend her. When he heard Flower Demon run, while muttering something about wasting time and almost hitting a dog with meat buns, Qin Feng instantly understood. This little demon definitely had some wicked matter that she needed him to participate in. In the end, she knew that he couldn't help, so she immediately turned hostile. "It seems that I'm still too soft-hearted. I actually felt a moment of guilt because I was cold to you." Qin Feng's eyes twitched. This little demon was too bad. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. When she knew that his strength was still there, he didn't know what expression she would have. "Why did this little demon look for you?" Hong Yayu and the others surrounded him again. She asked. "Nothing. Just a wicked guy's prank." Qin Feng shook his head and looked into the distance. Other than them who were in an alliance, the others were mostly separated and on guard against each other. However, the Earth class and the Heaven class were clearly separated. They were clearly in two camps. Of course, there were also branches in each camp. They belonged to different forces or were in alliance with each other. The fight for the Holy Dragon token is based on individual combat strength. However, if someone in the Earth class wants to get a Flood Dragon token, they must show a certain level of strength. Hong Yayu introduced to Qin Feng one by one. There are only 8 or 900 Holy Dragon tokens, but there are at least 1,500 people here. So at least half of the people here don't have a chance, Qin Feng said. Now you can understand why the 30 of us are satisfied with a few snake tokens. Hong Yayu said, whether it's individual combat strength or overall strength, we can't compete with the Earth class and Heaven class. It's impossible for everyone to get one. How can we? Qin Feng nodded inwardly. The overall strength of these two classes was too strong. Each class had hundreds of strong Bone Realm experts. He originally wanted everyone in 2 Tian Wei to get a snake token. Now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. What level of Holy Dragon token do you want? Qin Feng asked. The Flood Dragon token, of course. Hong Yayu shook his head and smiled bitterly. With my strength, I'm afraid there's no chance at all. Flood Dragon token? Qin Feng looked at the 100 Flood Dragon tokens and secretly shook his head. Most of the experts' first thought would be to fight for the Flood Dragon token. He glanced at the Earth class for a while and found that Zhao Qi, Fan Miao Miao, and the others who entered the Saint Ruin with him were not there. Obviously, they had entered the Shuntian region. She's here too. However, he found Ouyang Shi in the Heaven class. The latter had a very strong power dormant in her body. Qin Feng slightly sensed and was surprised to find that Ouyang Shi had also entered the Bone Realm. The latter seemed to feel something and turned to look at him with a faint smile on her face. He smiled and then looked at the place where most of the attention was focused. There stood 6 figures, 3 men and 3 women. He recognized 3 of the women and 2 of the men. Qin Feng did not recognize the other person, but he knew that this person should be the leader of the Heavenly Palace disciples, the real person in charge of the Tang sect, Tang Quebec, this person. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as a sense of danger rose in his heart. This person's appearance was nothing special. Standing among Hua Xiaoyao and the others, he didn't stand out at all. However, his eyes were deep and dark, like 2 black holes. They emitted a demonic feeling, bringing with them an indescribable magical power. This pair of eyes made his ordinary appearance become extraordinary in an instant. Sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Hong Yayu whispered, "He's Tang Ke, a godlike existence among the students." His tone was filled with deep reverence. Qin Feng nodded his head. This person was indeed very terrifying. The feeling he gave off was even more terrifying than the other disciples of the Sky Hall. At this moment, Tang Ke suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. Then, a faint smile appeared on his expressionless face. For a moment, Qin Feng was in a trance. He instantly woke up and looked at Tang Ke with great fear. A look of surprise flashed across the latter's eyes. Then, he smiled again and looked away. Qin Feng also looked away. He was even more afraid of Tang Quebec. This was a very scary person. He was the scariest person he had met among the younger generation. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth shook slightly. Then, the snake aura spread out in the direction of the snake tokens. A gentle power rippled out, and the power that surged on each of the snake tokens slowly retreated. The snake tokens are about to appear. Hong Yayu's expression became serious. Boom! With a soft vibration, the snake tokens were fully revealed. At this moment, countless people's eyes burned with passion. Waves of powerful power spread out. Do it, Qin Feng ordered. He would not wait for others to help him. However, at this moment, 5 snake tokens flew towards them. At the same time, a cold voice slowly sounded. Chapter 173. Fight. The 2 Tianhui members were just about to make a move when they saw this scene. They stopped and looked at Qin Feng, not knowing what to do. Qin Feng glanced at Hong Yayu, then waved his arm and sent the 5 snake tokens back. We will fight for the Holy Dragon token with our own ability. We don't need your charity. Qin Feng said indifferently. Just with you. A person walked out from the crowd of the Earth class and stared at Qin Feng, saying, I know you. Giving you 5 snake tiles is also giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Feng glanced at him and sneered. You're only the early stage of the bone strengthening realm. Who do you think you are to give me face? As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out and sent the person flying. He said loudly, Don't think that the profound class is not qualified to fight for the higher level Holy Dragon token. You students have a high level because of your talent. It doesn't mean that your strength is stronger than ours. Let them see our strength. Boom! Suddenly, 30 late-stage bone, strengthening realm spiritual energy fluctuations burst out. The momentum was amazing. A student's level did not represent the difference in strength. Their overall strength was far inferior, but their top strength was not much weaker. Take the Earth class and the Heaven class, for example. In terms of overall strength, the Heaven class completely crushed the Earth class, but there were also very powerful people in the Earth class. Some of them were even comparable to the strongest people in the Heaven class. Their talent was not as good as others, but the gap in age made up for this. Therefore, even if the profound class could not be compared to the Earth class and Heaven class, some of them had a few more years of cultivation. For example, these late-stage bone, strengthening realm people were stronger than many Earth class and Heaven class people. Fight for the Holy Dragon token with your strength. Don't use your status to oppress others. Qin Feng stared at the Earth class people and said, You dare to say that late-stage bone, strengthening realm strength is not even the middle level. The eyes of everyone in the Earth class instantly turned cold, and they stared at Qin Feng and the others with unkind expressions. Qin Feng's face was fearless, and the 30 or so people were even more imposing. They looked at the Earth class like wolves and tigers. They didn't dare before, but as long as Qin Feng was here, there was nothing they didn't dare to do. Even if they were to fight now, they wouldn't hesitate to rush up. The stubbornness of the profound class exceeded many people's expectations. In the past, the profound class would not even be looked at in the eyes of the public. Even if there were a few who were very strong, they all relied on their age to get there. Generally speaking, those with higher levels were looking down on them. Therefore, when facing the Earth class or the Heaven class, they would choose to swallow their anger. Today's situation was the first time. What level of Holy Dragon token? We have our own plans. You don't need to worry about it. If there is anyone who is not convinced, feel free to fight. Even if my 2 Tianhui members fight to the last person, we will definitely make you bleed. Qin Feng's voice was like rolling thunder, resounding through the air. He himself was floating in the air, his spiritual force surging out. The fierce oppression made many people look askance. Fight! More than 30 people shouted, their fighting spirit high. Each of them had a sharp expression, and their eyes were green, like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. The Earth class people were really shocked for a moment. They didn't expect the profound class to be so unyielding this time. Little cutie, these are the elites of your 2 Tianhui. They really do have some skills. Flower Demon opened her eyes wide and looked curiously at Qin Feng. No, you damn thing, you dare to lie to me. You obviously still have your strength. Immediately, she exploded and stomped her feet in anger. Everyone relies on their own abilities. There is nothing wrong with that. Mo Feng stood up and said, Earth class, Heaven class, as long as you are a member of my crazy speech party, you cannot use your power to oppress others. His words caused a slight commotion in the 2 classes. Their eyes flickered. The crazy speech party clearly supported Qin Feng. This was a bit difficult to deal with. Although they didn't really care about the snake token, this was a matter of face. It was not a small matter. I think so too. Some people in the profound class probably have the ability to snatch the Flood Dragon token. Flower Demon rolled her eyes and also said at this time, My beauty gang can't use our power to oppress others. Flower Demon disdained such things. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. The first few sentences were very pleasant, but why was the last sentence so disgusting? The others also had the same feeling. However, Flower Demon was clearly on his side, so Qin Feng didn't bicker. The Mad Speech Party and the Beauty Group were both helping Qin Feng. This made things difficult for the 2 class-level people. Many of them were from these 2 gangs. Although without these people, it would be easy for any one of them to get rid of the profound class. However, this would also completely offend the 2 gangs. I say, big shots of the 2 classes, don't tell me you don't have the courage to fight with the profound class. Everyone take a step back. What grade of Holy Dragon token you can get will depend on your own ability. Qian Yin smiled. Since Leader Qian has said so, we also don't want to give others the chance to use our power to oppress others. Someone from the Heaven class spoke up. Following this, the Earth class also didn't make things difficult for Qin Feng and the others. They agreed to fight together. The 2 classes took a step back, making Qin Feng sigh in relief. Hong Yayu was even more impressed. She didn't even dare to think about this kind of fair competition. We owe it to you this time, she said in a low voice. This is the result of your joint efforts. Qin Feng shook his head and said, In the past, the profound class was like a plate of loose sand. If one person was a bear, the others would follow suit. Therefore, the people in the higher classes simply looked down on you. But now the profound class is a whole. We can't threaten them, but we can't deny our strength. They are also worried that they will suffer losses if we fight to the death. Many of them are aiming for the Python and Flood Dragon tokens. Naturally, they don't want any accidents at this time. Moreover, they're not united internally, especially the experts. They all want to exhaust others to protect themselves. Of course, Qin Feng also knew that a large part of the reason was the crazy speech party and beauty gang. Without the support of these 2 gangs, this matter wouldn't be so easy. He didn't say that he wanted to let them know the power of unity. Everyone decide for yourselves. Qin Feng said. People in the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm were enough to fight for the Python and Flood Dragon tokens. However, he didn't want to set goals for these people and let them decide for themselves. Everyone looked at each other. More than 20 people decided to fight for the snake tokens and take the safe route. With their strength, there was naturally no accident. All of them had a snake token. The snake tokens were distributed. Next, the rejection of the Python tokens also disappeared and faced the crowd. Whoosh! Without any nonsense, everyone who had the Python tokens took action. For a time, spiritual power surged and colorful lights flashed. The other people in Tu Tianhui also moved. Qin Feng pulled Hong Yayu and shook his head at her. At the same time, he looked at Ouyang Shi and said silently, "Snatch the Flood Dragon tokens." Understanding Qin Feng's meaning, Ouyang Shi didn't hesitate much and retreated. The Python tokens were settled. Except for Hong Yayu and Qin Feng, everyone in Tu Tianhui held a sacred dragon token. Boom! Chapter 174. Killing Cho Long. There were only 100 dragon tokens, but there were more than 500 people fighting for them. Because there were many snake tokens and python tokens, those who lost in the fight wanted to try their luck and join in, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Apart from a small number of people who thought they were strong and wanted to get their hands on the dragon tokens, most of the experts had joined in. Obviously, this was going to be a very intense and cruel battle. Qin Feng didn't try to test the waters. He opened and closed, and anyone who stood in his way was sent flying. He reached out and grabbed, and a dragon token shot back at him. Boom! But at this moment, a large hand of spiritual power caught the dragon token. Qin Feng looked up, and his face immediately darkened. This person was actually Cho Long, who was almost killed by him. "Do you want to die?" Qin Feng said coldly. Cho Long's heart trembled, but he quickly calmed down. He sneered, "I was careless that day. Do you really think I'm not your opponent?" Qin Feng didn't have anything to say and directly started the battle. He used his spiritual power to form the battle line array and covered Cho Long. The latter sneered and slapped at the battle line array. At the same time, he kept a distance from Qin Feng, worried about his heavenly water domain. After fighting with Cho Long for a while, Qin Feng frowned. Against an expert of this level, unless it was a sneak attack or carelessness, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Could it be that I can only use the heaven-devouring finger? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Only the heaven-devouring finger could make people of this level feel threatened. But using this move would consume a lot of his spiritual power. It would be difficult for him to carry out his next plan. With my current control of the heaven-devouring finger, I should be able to use it once. Qin Feng fought with Cho Long as he struggled with his thoughts. Not far away, Tang Ke and the others looked over. He smiled and said, "I really didn't expect his requirements to be so low. I thought his goal would be the dragon tokens. Being able to almost kill Cho Long, he has the qualifications. There's a problem with his body. His battle strength is fluctuating. Snatching the dragon token is a conservative method." Mo Feng smiled. "Really?" Tang Ke looked at Qin Feng with his pitch-black eyes. After a moment of silence, he said he fought very conservatively. He didn't use his full strength. This is also what I find strange. If he used his full strength and defeated Cho Long, it wouldn't be difficult for him to snatch the Flood Dragon medal. Why is he so scared? Xian Yin frowned. They could see that Qin Feng didn't seem to want to use his full strength, which made them puzzled. Since he wanted to snatch the Flood Dragon token, why didn't he try his best? Maybe he has his own plans, Gong Xiaoxi said. She had never been able to see through Qin Feng. Maybe. Tang Ke smiled faintly, looked at the few people who didn't make a move, and said, "Although the number of dragon tablets this time is more than any other time, there's still many people who want to get their hands on the dragon tablets. But 3 of them will succeed," Tang Ran said with a smile. Sigh. Snatching the dragon medallion this time, in the end, did not rely on our own strength. Mo Feng smiled bitterly. "What's wrong with that? You guys are much younger than them, so it's normal for you guys to be weaker than them. The Holy Dragon Realm opens once every 50 years, and we can't wait until next time. You guys also understand the importance of the Dragon Medallion. So, no matter what, Saint Ryuin will guarantee that each of you will have a Holy Dragon Medal. Tangke said faintly. The few of them smiled bitterly. This was indeed not something to be proud of. Flower Demon stared at Tang Huang and said, "Little Tang Tang, did you break through to the spirit-detecting realm after leaving the academy?" Mo Feng, Gong Xiaoxi, and the others also stared at him. Tang Ke was the first among them to reach the complete bone fortification realm. He had been there for a long time, and they all wanted to know if he had reached the spirit-detecting realm. Tang Ke smiled helplessly and did not answer. Instead, he looked at Flower Demon and said, "You little demon, your mouth is still so unforgiving. I'm the publicly acknowledged strongest student of Saint Ryuin. Calling me little Tang Tang, isn't it a little, what's wrong with that? Qin Feng even called you little cutie, and he accepted it happily. He was so happy." Flower Demon said, "Did you break through or not?" Tang Ke's smile froze. This form of address was really too sharp. He shook his head and said, "It's not like you guys don't know the rules of the Holy Dragon Realm. In order for you to obtain opportunities inside, it's not impossible to hide your strength." Mo Feng said with a smile that was not a smile. "I also have plans." Tang Ke shook his head and smiled, and did not say anything else. Rumble. After colliding with Cho Long's attack, Qin Feng retreated continuously. His expression was very ugly. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. The 100 Tribulations, Heaven, swallowing incantation quietly circulated. With a whoosh, his expression changed, and he was ecstatic. As the 100 Tribulations, Heaven, swallowing incantation continued to improve, he could actually directly devour the spiritual energy that these people emitted when they fought. Originally, he only wanted to take the risk of using the power of devouring to deal with Cho Long. He did not expect to gain such a result. If that's the case, Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold, and his attacks began to become sharp. Without worrying about the consumption of spiritual energy, Qin Feng no longer had any scruples. His attack power increased explosively, and he continuously clashed with Cho Long. Cho Long was shocked. Why did Qin Feng's state suddenly change? With a whoosh, his heart palpitated as he saw Qin Feng pointing a finger at him. This move again. Cho Long's expression was extremely serious. Back then, he was defeated by Qin Feng's move. I was careless back then. This time, I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, your unorthodox methods are useless. Cho Long snorted coldly. The spiritual energy around him surged and quickly gathered in front of him. A fist flickering with lightning slowly condensed, followed by a second. In just a few breaths, he condensed 4 lightning fists. Ignoring Cho Long's lightning fists, Qin Feng stared at his finger. Spiritual energy continuously gathered along the special path of the Sky Devourer finger, and a fierce power slowly spread from his fingertips. "Go to hell!" Cho Long shouted and punched out. 4 Tyrant Dragon fists shot toward Qin Feng in a row. At the same time, the power of Qin Feng's Sky Devourer finger was condensed to the extreme, and then he slowly pointed out. Boom! When the finger light shot out, his body shook violently, and he almost could not control this power. The finger light pierced through the sky. The first Iron Dragon fist was instantly shattered, and then the second one also exploded. The third one lasted for a few breaths before it also shattered. When it met the fourth lightning fist, the two were in a deadlock, but in the end, the Tyrant Dragon fist still shattered and could not hold on. The remaining power of the Sky Devourer finger shot toward Cho Long. Although Cho Long was surprised, he did not panic. He punched out and shattered the finger light. "This move of yours is no longer a threat to me," Cho Long sneered. Just as he raised his head, his pupils shrank fiercely. Where was Qin Feng? Where'd he go? Whoosh! At this moment, there was a violent sound of something breaking through the air. Cho Long felt a chill on his back. Just as he was about to turn around to defend, suddenly, a spiritual power bound him. This power was even stronger than before. Boom! At the same time, Qin Feng's palm also hit Chou Long's back, but what surprised him was that there was not much power. Just when Chou Long thought that Qin Feng was strong in appearance but weak in reality, something terrible happened, and his expression changed drastically. My spiritual energy, he trembled, and in an instant, cold sweat flowed all over his body. His spiritual energy was actually absorbed by Qin Feng. This was too terrifying. Puchi. Then, a spiritual spear pierced through his throat. Chou Long widened his eyes unwillingly. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This move cannot be known to others yet, so you must die. Chapter 175. I want one. After devouring Chou Long's spirit energy, the heaven-devouring finger had recovered more than half of its spirit energy. He casually tossed Chou Long's corpse to the side, his face as cold as ice. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of others. When they saw Chou Long's corpse, their hearts trembled, and when they saw Qin Feng's indifferent eyes, a chill surged up their hearts. Although everyone was fighting with their lives on the line at this time, and the Academy didn't strictly forbid killing, to end someone's life so easily and indifferently still sent chills down the spines of many. Regarding this, Qin Feng did not have the slightest bit of psychological burden. The Academy had its own death corner arena and did not care about human lives, so what did he have to worry about? With a wave of his hand, the Flood Dragon Medallion fell into his palm. Rumble. However, at this moment, a terrifying spiritual energy suddenly shot over, stirring up astral winds. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curved up in a cruel arc. He suddenly turned around and shot out the heaven-devouring finger that he had already prepared. Tang Wei's complexion changed greatly. He wanted to kill Qin Feng in one blow when he was weak. He didn't expect that Qin Feng could still display such a terrifying strength at this time. Tang Wei was fully aware of the power of the heaven-devouring finger. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He didn't even have time to withdraw his outstretched fist. Qin Feng's eyes were cold as he pointed at Tang Wei, who was shooting over. But all of a sudden, his hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He didn't know when, but a hand had reached out and gently touched his finger. At the instant when the two fingers collided, a shocking shockwave frantically spread out from the point of contact. Receiving the shockwave, Qin Feng was forced to retreat. His face was gloomy. Only now did he realize who had attacked. It was the number one figure of the heavenly hall, Tang Quebec. At the same time, his heart was also shaken. His heaven-devouring finger had always been successful, and it was difficult for any opponent to receive it head-on. But now, it had been easily neutralized by Tang Quebec. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this person was. He was definitely the strongest person in the bone-strengthening realm. Cousin, knowing that it was Tang Wei was overjoyed. Ha! However, just as he spoke, Tang Ke waved his arm and slapped Tang Wei across the air. His tone was calm as he said, "If you want to kill him, you can fight him head-on. Using such a sneak attack is despicable." After he finished speaking, he didn't even look at the blushing Tang Wei. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng and said with a gentle smile. Tang Wei acted inappropriately. "Junior Qin Feng, please give me some face and don't bicker with him." Qin Feng and Tang Ke looked at each other. After a while, Qin Feng said indifferently, "Since the real big brother of the Tang sect has come out, it would be my fault if I continue to be aggressive." Tang Ke smiled and said, "Thank you." Qin Feng didn't stay any longer. He turned around and killed his way to another location. At the same time, he activated his devouring power. After using the heaven-devouring finger twice, he needed to quickly recover his spiritual energy. Fortunately, there were too many people fighting here, and the overflowing spiritual energy drifted all over the sky, so he quickly recovered. At this time, he made a move to snatch another dragon medal. Hong Yayu, Ouyang Shi, retreat. He sent a telepathic message to the two of them. Ouyang Shi retreated without hesitation. Hong Yayu hesitated for a moment and also retreated. "Little cutie, I haven't, before she finished speaking, a dragon medal appeared in front of her. Hong Yayu was stunned and looked at him blankly. I'm not joking when I snatched 2 medals. Qin Feng threw the dragon medal to her and reminded helplessly, for the sake of the dragon medal, don't call me little cutie in the future. Ouyang, she couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feng glared at her and handed the other dragon medal to her. Ouyang Shi and Hong Yayu were stunned. Even the others were stunned. Qin Feng actually gave away the 2 dragon medals he snatched. What did this mean? For me? Ouyang, she was surprised. Didn't I tell you that we're snatching dragon medals? If we're too polite, it'll be pretentious. Qin Feng smiled and said. Ouyang, she nodded slightly and took the dragon medal without being polite. Without the dragon medal, what will you do? Hong Yayu asked. Qin Feng smiled and looked at the 9 golden dragon medals. The only thing that can catch my eye is the dragon medal. I'm just worried that you won't be able to snatch it with your abilities. Hong Yayu opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Qin Feng blankly. Her heart was filled with warmth. Ouyang Shi's gaze also became much gentler, using the dragon medal to please 2 beauties. Little cutie's ambition isn't small. Flower Demon curled her lips and said angrily. So his goal has always been the dragon medal. No wonder. Mo Feng smiled and finally understood why Qin Feng's actions were strange. But with his current strength, he might not be able to fight against those people. They're even stronger than Chou Long. Qian Yin frowned. 10 minutes later, the battle for the dragon medal also came to an end. 100 dragon medals were in the hands of the people. At this moment, the dragon medal that everyone was looking forward to was about to be revealed. The peak battle for the dragon medal was about to begin. Roar! As the dragon roar resounded, the 9 golden dragon medals vibrated and washed away the repulsive force on them. Gong Xiaoxi, Flower Demon, Tang Ran, Mo Feng, and Qian Yin flew into the sky, and each took a medal. No one had any objections to this. Earlier on, the higher-ups had already given the order that the Sky Palace disciples, other than Tang Ke, could obtain a dragon medal, and no one could stop them. Qin Feng grinned. This was the benefit of having a high status. Other than the Sky Palace disciples, the other 5 people were staring at the remaining 4 golden dragon medals. However, they were surprisingly quiet and no one moved, because everyone knew that these 4 dragon medals weren't easy to obtain. This silence did not last for long. A few minutes later, under the attentive gazes of countless people, Tang Ke slowly walked out. Looking at them, he smiled and said, They all have special passes, but I don't. Therefore, if I want to obtain the dragon badge, I will have to rely on myself. Now, I want to obtain one. If anyone has any objections, you can raise your objections. Tang Ke stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He stood there alone, but the entire place was silent. Gazing at that figure, the gazes of the 5 people fluctuated. However, in the end, none of them dared to recklessly say anything. This was because they knew that no matter if it was strength or status, this person was sufficient to support him to obtain a dragon tablet without any hindrance. Because he was Tang Quebec, I also want one. Who has any objections? One of the 5 people walked out and stared at the dragon medal as he said in an indifferent voice, Zhou Yin, the first king among the 12 kings. King Zhou, the strongest person below Tang Quebec, someone said. The 4 people didn't reply because they knew that Zhou Yin was an expert and no one was his match in a one-on-one fight. In this way, only 2 of the 9 dragon medals were left. The eyes of the remaining 4 people flickered anxiously as they looked at the 2 bright golden dragon plates. Their chances were becoming increasingly small. It's time for that fellow to make his move. While the atmosphere was tense, Gong Xiaoxi, who was holding the dragon medal, muttered to herself as her beautiful eyes flickered. Ouyang Shi and Hong Yayu also locked their gazes on Qin Feng. They knew that Qin Feng would definitely not let go of this opportunity. However, without the background of the Flower Demon and the rest, as well as the deterrence of Tang Ke and Zhou Yin, it would be extremely difficult to obtain a dragon medal. Phew! Qin Feng slowly exhaled a cloud of white qi. His figure moved and appeared in front of the remaining 2 dragon metals. With a clench of his hand, the stone axe appeared in a flash, and a sharp aura suddenly erupted. Chapter 176. Earth Tornado. The cold shout was like a gust of cold wind. Qin Feng was clear in his heart that the possessors of the 7 dragon tablets either had a powerful background or possessed a tyrannical strength that no one dared to speak of. However, he was different. He was alone and had lost his identity as a Sky Hall disciple. He had no one to rely on, and the only thing he could rely on was his own fist. Moreover, he also understood that he had already offended the Heaven and Earth class when he helped the people from the 2 Tian Association fight for a spot. The 4 of them would definitely not allow him to easily succeed in this fight for a spot. Since this was the case, it was pointless to keep a low profile. It was better to display a little more strength and use his strength to suppress others. With just you, Wei Huang slowly walked out with a smile on his face. However, it was a cold and mocking smile. Second King, Wei Huang, King Wei. Qin Feng's face was solemn as he had guessed that Wei Huang would make a move. He knew that other than the Sky Hall disciples, there were 12 other kings. The 4th to 12th kings were evaluated based on their individual strength, potential, and background. Therefore, there was a small part of their true strength. This was also why Tang Wei was the 5th king and Chou Long, who was stronger than him, was not among the 12 kings. However, the first 3 kings were completely based on their strength. Excluding the Sky Hall disciples, they were the 3 strongest among the students. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to compete for the dragon tokens. This Wei Huang was the 2nd king, only slightly inferior to King Zhou Yan. His strength was terrifying as he had reached the complete late stage of the bone-strengthened stage. The bone-strengthened stage was a special stage. Therefore, the late stage was further divided into 3 stages: initial, peak, and complete. The initial stage of the bone-strengthened stage strengthened the 4 limbs. The peak stage strengthened the entire body except for the top of the skull. As for complete, as the name implied, it strengthened the entire body. Once the bones in the body had been strengthened to complete and settled for a long time, one would have the qualifications to attack the spirit detecting stage. Wei Huang's aura was already complete and close to the spirit detecting stage. Apart from the unfathomable Tang Ke, he was the only other opponent. Qin Feng held the stone axe in his hand, and the spiritual power in his body quietly surged. It was slow, but it was like an ancient dragon that was gradually awakening. A sense of power that went from weak to strong gradually spread throughout his limbs and bones. In his mind, he poured all of his mental power into the spiritual outer coffin. Then, it spread out and formed the battle line array. The mental power inside roared and surged. This Wei Huang made Qin Feng feel a strong sense of crisis. Fighting with such a person, he did not dare to be careless. With regard to Qin Feng's solemn treatment, Wei Huang's expression gradually turned solemn. Someone who could kill Chou Long was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Furthermore, to kill so cleanly in a public place, this kind of temperament and decisiveness was enough for him to treat this person seriously. He stared at Qin Feng, and spiritual energy burst out from his body, releasing an extremely oppressive energy fluctuation. Many people in the distance paled as they felt Wei Huang's strength. Whoosh! Qin Feng's pupil shrank as he stared at Wei Huang. When he saw Wei Huang's figure disappear, he suddenly turned around and smashed the stone axe in his hand, causing the air to explode under the pressure. Boom! The descending stone axe suddenly stopped and was caught by a hand wrapped in spiritual energy. Qin Feng was shocked. He had attacked with all his strength, and with the weight of the stone axe, he had chopped down from above. The power it contained was enough to be described as terrifying. However, his opponent had actually taken it with one hand. As expected, in front of a spiritual master, speed is useless no matter how fast it is. He held the stone axe and smiled slightly. Then his smile suddenly froze, and he quickly dodged as if he had encountered a snake. Whoosh! Qin Feng quickly closed in, and the stone axe continuously chopped at Wei Huang. At the same time, the water god technique was activated, and the power of water between heaven and earth gathered. His mental power also tightly sealed the surroundings. Sky water field. Endless power of water seeped in from the void. In an instant, a huge water ball condensed and enveloped the two of them. In the water, Qin Feng had an absolute advantage. He attacked Wei Huang, and at the same time, his spiritual energy transformed into spiritual chains that wrapped tightly around Wei Huang's body. However, just as he was about to approach Wei Huang, his heart suddenly jumped. His instincts told Qin Feng to give up his attack and quickly retreat. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying tornado of spiritual energy erupted in the sky water field, directly destroying the huge water ball. The suction force brought by the high-speed rotation sucked all the water into the tornado, turning it into a water spout. Qin Feng kept retreating, and his face was solemn as he stared at Wei Huang, who was suspended in the center of the water spout. This was the first time his sky water field had been broken from the inside. Your methods are indeed strange and powerful, but they're not a threat to me. Wei Huang looked at Qin Feng indifferently and smiled. Qin Feng used the water god technique, but to his surprise, he actually lost control of the water in the water spout. This was the first time this had happened. He punched at the water spout, but except for a few splashes, there was no destructive power. Thank you for your gift. Wei Huang smiled indifferently and waved his arm gently. A giant fist made of spiritual energy and water shot out from the water spout and blasted toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face was solemn. He punched out, and spiritual energy whizzed out and collided with the giant fist. As the energy spread, Qin Feng kept retreating. What's going on? Qin Feng was shocked because the spiritual energy contained in the giant fist was actually his own. He can absorb my attack, and then turn it into his own power to attack me. Soon, Qin Feng understood, and his face became even more solemn. This strange move almost made Wei Huang invincible. This Wei Huang actually directly used this move. It seems like it's not that he doesn't want to fight a bitter battle with Qin Feng, but rather, he wants Qin Feng to directly admit defeat. Some experts with sharp eyesight sighed. He used the Earth Tornado right from the start. Qin Feng has no chance at all. At that time, he used this move to defeat the Second King and occupy his position. Everyone shook their heads, especially those who were familiar with Wei Huang's strength. They knew that Wei Huang's move was both offensive and defensive. What was even more surprising was that he could use his opponent's power to counterattack. This was a little scary. His opponent was constantly exhausting his strength, but he was able to conserve it all the time. No one would be able to endure this kind of situation. Hong Yayu and Ouyang Shi's faces were filled with deep worry. From the discussions of the people around them, they knew how terrifying Wei Huang's move was. Among the students, only two people could take it, and that was Tang Ke and Zhou Yan. Qin Feng drew in a deep breath. He understood Wei Huang's intention. Wei Huang wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties and preserve his strength for the upcoming battles. However, the Snake Token, Python Token, and Flood Dragon Token all had owners. If he didn't want to end up with nothing, he had to get the Dragon Token. Chapter 177. Dragon Metal in hand. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Qin Feng's expression gradually calmed down. He looked at Wei Huang, who was floating in the air, and the spiritual energy condensed by the battle line array returned to his mind. How is it? Are you going to give up? Wei Huang crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Qin Feng ignored him and put the stone axe into his chinquan bag. Without the suppression of the stone axe, the spiritual energy in his body kept surging. He slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at Wei Huang. Seeing this, the latter laughed. Your move is indeed strong, but it can't break my Earth Tornado's defense. Is that so? Qin Feng chuckled and retracted his finger. In his palm, a crescent moon rotated. This time, Wei Huang was even more surprised. The power of this attack was even weaker. How could it break his defense? I'm afraid you're stupid. Qin Feng ignored him and rushed towards the earth tornado with the crescent moon slash in his hands. No way, this guy wants to rush in? Some people sensed Qin Feng's plan and were all dumbstruck. Blindly rushing in, even Tang Ke and Zhou Yin wouldn't dare to do so. Qin Feng was undoubtedly courting death by doing this. How fast was the earth tornado? Once he entered, it was equivalent to being controlled by Wei Huang. At this moment, Wei Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Qin Feng rushing over. There were only a few words in his mind. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Bang! Under countless astonished gazes, Qin Feng plunged headfirst into the tornado. Immediately after, his vision was instantly distorted. His body followed the rotation of the tornado and flew in circles at high speed. It's over. Han Yayu and Ouyang Shi sighed at the same time. Under the high-speed rotation, anyone would lose control of their body. People could only see that within the tornado, Qin Feng's figure was faintly discernible. Because the speed was too fast, his figure seemed to be somewhat distorted. This guy lost. No one doubted the outcome of this battle. There was no doubt that Qin Feng had been thoroughly defeated. If he had been thinking of ways to attack from the outside, he might have been able to hold on for a while. Who would have thought that he would seek his own death, and no one could help him? However, just as everyone was waiting for Wei Huang to bring out the unconscious Qin Feng, they suddenly discovered that the power of the earth tornado had actually weakened. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Wei Huang also frowned. He could clearly sense that the power of the earth tornado seemed to have been absorbed by something, but why was the power of water still there? Suddenly, his gaze fell on the rapidly moving Qin Feng, and his pupils shrank. He saw two crescent moons spinning rapidly in Qin Feng's palms. It was these things that had absorbed the energy of the earth tornadoes. This doesn't make sense. He frowned. High-speed rotation could indeed create a suction force, but the power of his earth tornado should be stronger than the two crescent moons. However, no matter how he urged the earth tornado, he couldn't stop its power from being absorbed by the two crescent moons, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The earth tornado's rotation gradually slowed down, and Qin Feng also gained some time to catch his breath. He shook his dizzy head and roughly locked onto Wei Huang's position, then slowed down the suction force in his palms. The crescent moon slash didn't have any strong suction force. Qin Feng had deliberately hidden the suction force in it. For the 100 calamity heaven-devouring art, any kind of energy could be devoured, so the earth tornado's power could naturally be devoured as well. However, he couldn't do it directly. He had to think of a way to confuse others. Qin Feng flew in circles with the earth tornado. Although it was still very fast, he could withstand it and maintain a balanced state. After a while, the dizziness caused by the high-speed rotation gradually subsided. Qin Feng suddenly circulated the 100 calamity heaven-devouring art, and an even stronger suction force erupted from his palms. In a few breaths, more than half of the earth tornado's power was devoured. Wei Huang was shocked. Just as he was about to move, his body suddenly froze. The water power that was originally controlled by the earth tornado poured over and drowned him. Moreover, there was an endless stream of water energy seeping in from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a small lake had formed here. Water surged all over the sky, and the sound of waves could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of move was this to be able to mobilize so much water? Qin Feng was going to open up a wasteland and create a lake. Qin Feng gradually stopped. Looking at Wei Huang struggling in the middle of the water, he breathed a sigh of relief. He really had to thank Wei Huang for being able to do this. If it weren't for the earth tornado's power, he wouldn't have been able to mobilize so much water power. Next, it's time for me to counterattack. He stood outside, and the spiritual power in his body kept converging at the fingertips of his left hand. A soul-stirring power slowly spread out. He was waiting for Wei Huang to break through the seal of the water power. Wei Huang was naturally aware of the situation outside. He sneered in his heart and ignored it. He focused on resisting the water power that filled the sky. Soon, the water power dissipated under Wei Huang's bombardment. When it was only about 10 feet away, he suddenly shouted. His spiritual power went berserk, and he directly rushed out. At the same time, Qin Feng also moved. He appeared in front of Wei Huang at lightning speed. He pointed his right index finger. An array of light shot towards Wei Huang. The latter snorted and also pointed his finger. Spiritual power swirled around his fingertips, and he directly faced the ray of light. With a boom, the ray of light exploded. Wei Huang let out a muffled groan. Although he paid a price, he finally blocked Qin Feng's move. Next, he didn't hold back. It was time for him to attack wildly. While he was rejoicing, he was a little puzzled. Why did he feel that the power of this move wasn't that great? Then his body stiffened. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Feng. A tingling feeling rushed to his heart. His heart seemed to be covered by something, and it was suffocating. Qin Feng stood in the sky. His robe fluttered. He slowly stretched out his left hand and pointed his index finger at Wei Huang. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even their souls couldn't help but tremble. Your attack just now was fake? At this time, Wei Huang finally understood that Qin Feng's previous finger was a fake move. It was just to consume the power that he used to deal with him. The real trump card was this move. In this move, he felt the throbbing of his soul. His scalp couldn't help but tingle. With a loud shout, he used all of his remaining spirit energy to defend himself. Qin Feng looked at him indifferently. He displayed the divine emperor's aura. His aura suddenly soared and directly reached the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm. Feeling the energy fluctuation on his fingertips, he nodded. The improvement of his strength made his power soar. This heaven-devouring finger was probably the strongest finger he had ever used. Go! His index finger slowly pointed downwards. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had darkened. Only an extremely resplendent ray of light blossomed from the tip of his finger. Immediately after, a frightening power poured down from the tip of his finger like a volcanic eruption. Crash! A beam of finger light shot out. This time, it was a whole finger, not just half of it. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Wei Huang's defense was useless. He flew backward and vomited blood. Before he fell to the ground, he had fainted. Qin Feng glanced at the others indifferently. His indifferent voice slowly came out. Who else is not convinced? The world was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng in the air. A feeling called fear grew in their hearts. In this case, the 8th dragon will be mine. Chapter 178. Entering the sacred dragon realm, the world was silent, and no one dared to object. They all looked at Qin Feng with fear, especially when they saw the unconscious Wei Huang. Their hearts trembled. This was King Wei, who was ranked 2nd among the 12 kings. Even Zhou Yan's and Tang Kei's gazes focused. Although Qin Feng's victory was somewhat due to opportunistic means, being able to succeed in a direct confrontation with Wei Huang was in itself a reflection of his strength. Moreover, even if Wei Huang was in his peak condition, he wouldn't dare say that he would be able to receive that last finger attack without suffering any damage. Therefore, he deserved the Dragon Medallion. After obtaining the Dragon Medallion, Qin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. A strong backlash almost caused him to lose control and fall from the sky. He gently landed on the ground and expressionlessly walked towards Ouyang Shi and Hong Yiyu. Seeing him walk over, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. That's amazing. Ouyang Shi's eyes were wide open. She still hadn't recovered from a shock. Qin Feng had actually defeated the 2nd king. It was like a fantasy story. Qin Feng nodded indifferently, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. The heaven-devouring finger's backlash was too terrifying. Every time he used it, it would consume more than half of his spiritual energy. If he hadn't swallowed the energy of the earth tornadoes and used the divine emperor's might to increase his strength, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Even so, his spiritual energy was almost depleted, and he was only holding on to intimidate the others. This move was indeed powerful, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He was probably the only one who could devour the energy of the heavenly cycle at any time to recover his spiritual energy. If it was anyone else, they might not dare to use this move. Of the 9 dragon tablets, only 1 remained. The remaining 3 people also engaged in an intense battle. In the end, it was taken by the 3rd king, Yu Huatian. At this point, all 4 grades of the Holy Dragon Medallion had an owner, and those who did not obtain a Holy Dragon Medallion were regretfully kicked out of this world. Didn't you say that we can enter the Holy Dragon realm after the Holy Dragon Medallion is distributed? Qin Feng asked. The fact that the Holy Dragon realm did not summon the Holy Dragon Medallion means that not all of the Holy Dragon Medallions scattered in the Shuntian region have been obtained, Han Yayu said. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. The others also went their own ways. Some of them started to form groups according to the grade of the Holy Dragon Medallion they had obtained. Because they didn't know what would happen inside, they felt safer in groups. There were also those who were confident in their strength and disdained to form an alliance with others. Not long after, the flower demon ran over and gave a few pills to Qin Feng. Her face was full of warmth as she said, "These are pills for recovering spiritual energy." This time, Qin Feng did not waste any time. He directly snatched it and swallowed it. "Qin Feng, I'm so nice to you. When the time comes, shouldn't we?" The flower demon winked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at her and smiled. "It's impossible to be your hired thug, but if you want to cooperate, I can consider it." "Of course it's cooperation," the flower demon said righteously. However, no matter how you looked at it, Qin Feng looked like his evil plan had succeeded. He shook his head. He did not want to waste any more words with her. He knew that he could not trust anything that came out of this little demon's mouth. He made up his mind. After entering, he could cooperate, but he had to see the benefits. Otherwise, he would definitely quit. After an unknown amount of time, this world shook. All of the Holy Dragon Medallions lit up and enveloped their owners. Then, they disappeared. When Qin Feng reappeared, he was in a foreign world. This was an ancient world. The sky was mottled, and an ancient and desolate aura rushed over. It was as if a world that had been sealed for thousands of years had been opened. He stood in this world and looked left and right, but there was no one around. He was the only one standing there alone. "Looks like everyone else has been teleported to other places," Qin Feng said to himself. Then, he found a secluded place to continue recovering his strength. Half a day later, he had recovered to his peak. He inspected his body. The gray mist was still attached to his bones, but did not restrict his strength. "I have to deal with this problem." Qin Feng looked around. Then, he walked in a direction. This gray mist was a big problem for him. Who knew when it would erupt? He had to find a way to deal with it. This world was very vast. He walked for half a day, but did not find anything. However, he encountered many small spirit beasts. Just as he was getting a little frustrated, he suddenly found a barren land in front of him. There was not a single blade of grass. There were jagged rocks. It was also at this moment that the jade pendant on his chest vibrated. Qin Feng touched the jade pendant and looked at the barren land. He was silent for a while. Then, he walked over and released his spiritual power. After confirming that there was no danger, he began to look around. This jade pendant was extraordinary every time it moved. Last time, it was in the burial area. This time, it was here. Qin Feng felt that there should be something here. But after a while, he was disappointed. He found nothing. He only found a stone bridge and nothing else. The stone bridge was covered in dust. Every step he took left a footprint. He stood on the bridge and looked at the barren land below. His brows furrowed slightly. After a while, he came down. He slowly released his spiritual power and naturally integrated it into the barren land. 5 minutes passed. Nothing unusual. 10 minutes, half an hour had passed, but nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Could it be that the jade pendant has miscalculated? Or am I too sensitive? Qin Feng got up in disappointment and whispered softly. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the bridge. At the bridge, there were 5 large dragons carved. They were lifelike, as if they were alive. He walked over and carefully observed the 5 dragons. These were only stone statues, but all of a sudden, they gave Qin Feng a strange feeling. It was as though he was facing 5 ancient dragons that were in deep slumber. Could it be? Suddenly his heart burned. He stared at the 5 dragons with divine light. Under his control, his spiritual power slowly affected the bodies of the 5 dragons. As his spiritual power invaded, Qin Feng saw more clearly. There seemed to be an inexplicable power flowing on the 5 dragons. It was a supreme power, but that was it. He found that the dragon stone statues were extraordinary. He found nothing else. Han Yayu said that there are many ancient inheritances here. Could this be one of them? Do I need to meet some conditions to activate the inheritance? Qin Feng frowned and thought, do I need spiritual power? With this thought in mind, he immediately activated his spiritual power and touched the 4 dragon stone statues. However, there was still no effect. What's going on? He frowned and whispered. He sensed something, but he couldn't grasp it. For this, Qin Feng sat there cross-legged and entered a deep level of meditation. Suddenly, for some reason, his body trembled. No, to be precise, it was his bones. Qin Feng looked inside and stared at the bones. He was sure that he wasn't in a trance just now. Under his gaze, his body trembled again. This time, it was clearer. The spiritual outer coffin in his mind also trembled. Chapter 179. 5 Dragons' Legacy. The gray fog resonates with the inheritance here. This discovery made Qin Feng's heart sink. He still didn't know the origin of the gray fog, nor did he know what kind of energy it was. How could it have anything to do with this place? After thinking for a while, his scalp tingled. Not long after he was eroded by the gray fog, the Saint Ruin opened. Was this just a coincidence? He thought of a terrifying idea. In order to verify it, he gently touched the stone dragon statue and channeled his spirit energy, connecting the gray fog and the stone dragon. In an instant, his body trembled violently, and a portion of it was absorbed by the stone dragon. F*CK, this old bastard. Qin Feng cursed angrily. The gray fog was related to this place, and he had been corroded by the gray fog before he came in. This was not a coincidence, but someone had done it on purpose. The only person who knew when the Holy Dragon Realm would open and had interacted with him the most was the old man from the burial district. Moreover, he had felt that this matter had something to do with the burial district from the very beginning. The gray fog was definitely the old bastard's doing. But soon he was puzzled. If the gray fog could open the heritage here, wouldn't the elder have helped him? At this moment, he didn't have time to think so much. Without hesitation, he provided the stone dragon with the gray mist. Roar! In his daze, he seemed to hear the roar of a gigantic dragon. It was as though the roar came from ancient times, causing his mind to tremble violently. He found it hard to control himself. The penetrative power of this roar was too terrifying. Qin Feng felt that if this roar was real, it could penetrate through mountains and destroy everything. This roar was too terrifying. Roar. There was only one such roar, and it entered Qin Feng's heart. He unconsciously followed this rhythm and opened his mouth to roar. Rumble. Other than the 5 dragon statues, the other parts of the stone bridge instantly collapsed, and some small stones directly exploded. At the same time, Qin Feng also came to his senses and looked at all this in shock. He was dumbfounded and his mouth was wide open. Was this caused by his roar? In order to test it out, he changed directions and roared again, but the effect was minimal. Qin Feng nodded slightly. The legacy of the 5 dragons is not something that can be achieved overnight. It needs to be carefully comprehended and experienced. With that roar, he understood that this was the legacy of the 5 dragons. Although the second roar had no effect, he did not feel discouraged. He had vaguely remembered the feeling of that roar. He only needed time to settle and accumulate before he could completely remember it. He arrived in front of the second stone statue and once again used his spiritual energy to connect the gray fog and the stone statue. Then, As if a huge dragon's claw had reached out, it tore the void apart. His palm turned into a claw as he memorized this feeling. Afterward, he activated the third stone statue inheritance. A dragon-shaped figure appeared and wriggled in the air, its might sweeping across half the sky. After unlocking all the inheritances, Qin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He had memorized all 5 dragon inheritances by heart. He needed to constantly try before he could truly fuse them with the inheritances and understand their essence. Other than that, there was another pleasant surprise. After activating the 5 dragons' legacy, the gray mist on his bones had been completely absorbed. The only regret was that there was no 6th stone statue. Otherwise, the gray fog in the spiritual outer coffin would have been absorbed. He went deep into the mountains and began to practice the inheritance of the 5 dragons. The inheritance of the 5 dragons was actually the Divine Dragon technique. It was divided into 5 parts. Divine Dragon's sky-shattering roar, Heavenly Dragon's tail whip, Dragon's coercion, Dragon's swimming body, and Tyrant Dragon's claw. Divine Dragon's sky-shattering roar had a terrifying penetrative power. When it was mastered, one roar could shatter heaven and earth. Heavenly Dragon's tail whip turned its tail into a leg. With a sweep, the Heavenly Dragon's tail would appear and destroy everything. Dragon's coercion was the Divine Dragon's coercion. It could suppress all spiritual beasts with impure bloodlines. Dragon's swimming body was extremely fast. It was said that the Divine Dragon could fly and burrow into the ground. With a flash, it could tear apart space and travel through space. This was the limit of speed. Tyrant Dragon's claw turned into a giant fist. Its power was unpredictable and could destroy all enemies. This was the information that Qin Feng had extracted from the inheritance of the 5 dragons. He was extremely happy. Anything that involved dragons was definitely not ordinary. This inheritance of the 5 dragons must be very powerful and could greatly increase his combat strength. He could not help but grin. The Holy Dragon realm was indeed extraordinary. He had just entered and already obtained the inheritance of the 5 dragons. He practiced these 5 divine dragon techniques in the depths of the mountains and forests, hoping to gain some benefits. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During this period, he kept trying these 5 divine dragon techniques. However, the results were not great. Although he had obtained the inheritance, it did not mean that he had mastered the divine dragon techniques. Since ancient times, only by putting in more blood and sweat than ordinary people could one reap the rewards that others could not. This was not a novel. He was not the main character who could cheat infinitely. However, Qin Feng was not discouraged. If the divine dragon techniques were so easy to master, he would doubt its power. It's impossible to master all of them. I can focus on 1 or 2 of them. Sitting on a giant rock, Qin Feng lowered his head and muttered. The 5 dragons technique was too difficult to cultivate. It was still too difficult to cultivate all 5 at once. After a few days, there were no results. In the end, Qin Feng decided to practice the Divine Dragon's sky-shattering roar and Dragon's swimming body first. The Divine Dragon's sky-shattering roar was a large area indiscriminate technique. With his hateful behavior in the academy, there was a high chance that he would be ganged up on in the future. Therefore, he needed such a large area killing technique. Secondly, Dragon's swimming body could increase his speed and make it easier to escape. Everything revolved around his own life. His life was more important than anything else. By focusing on these 2 techniques, Qin Feng's cultivation progress had become much faster. Although he could not say that he had achieved anything, his progress was obviously much faster than before. He could use them occasionally. At this time, he had been in the Holy Dragon realm for a week. There were many inheritances here. He could not waste too much time on just one. When he came to the outside world, he used Dragon's swimming body. Although he had not achieved initial success, his speed was frighteningly fast. He could even glide in the air and fly for a short time. When one's strength reached the bone-strengthening realm or the beginner upper spirit master, they could barely fly. However, it was very energy-consuming. But now, he could glide in the air with just his speed. If he achieved full success, he could probably fly directly. Roar! Roar! As he glided, Qin Feng shouted, searching for the feeling he had at that time. His voice was not very loud, but had a terrifying, penetrating power. Under Qin Feng's roar, a rank 2 spirit beast on the ground instantly stiffened and fell down. Its vitality was gone. I glided directly for 200 meters. After landing, Qin Feng used it again. Afterimages appeared on the ground. After 100 meters, he jumped lightly and began his second glide in the air. Roar so noisy. Who is so wicked to not know how to cherish silence? Everyone has a responsibility. In a mountain forest, the flower demon covered her ears and said, doubtfully, such a cheap voice. Why does it sound so much like Little Cutie? It's not like it's Little Cutie. Gong Xiaoxi looked up and said in surprise, this guy must have obtained some treasure. Otherwise, why is he so excited? Treasure? The flower demon's eyes lit up and climbed up the treetops. When Qin Feng's gliding strength weakened and he landed in the sky above this area, the flower demon suddenly jumped up and hung on Qin Feng like a big monkey. Chapter 180. What kind of treasure is that? At this moment, Qin Feng had a profound understanding of what it meant to be a man sitting at home. Yet disaster came from the sky. He had just obtained the inheritance of the 5 dragons and was about to use his dragon-swimming body to unleash his fire when he was attacked by someone. Moreover, who was so wicked to actually hide in the treetops in order to sneak attack him? In the blink of an eye, his expression froze. F***CK, it's actually you little devil. Big demon flower, let go of me. I don't want to. Call the baby out. Flower demon hugged Qin Feng tightly. I'll go. Everything happened so suddenly that Qin Feng didn't have time to react. In addition, he was entangled by the flower demon. His body tilted, and he fell from the sky with the flower demon. Ouch, it hurts. Ouch. And why doesn't it hurt at all? Qin Feng touched his head. Falling from such a high place, he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he felt that his body was soft. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. Then, a sharp pain was transmitted from his fingers to his brain. He lowered his head to take a look, and a chill went straight to the top of his head. He was actually sitting on Flower Demon's body. No wonder it was so soft. However, his hand were too much. What was he touching? He even put his hand into her mouth. Wasn't he asking to be bitten? The Flower Demon's eyes were wide open. She was crying and drooling. Qin Feng was so scared that he jumped up and ran away. However, he immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He turned around and cursed in his heart. Big sister, do you have to be so stubborn? Let go. Qin Feng shouted. The Flower Demon shook her head and bit Qin Feng's finger. Qin Feng was in so much pain that he was about to cry. He shouted, Demon Flower, are you going to loosen your grip or not? Fine, you forced me to do this. Qin Feng didn't care. He dragged the Flower Demon and ran all the way. He used her as a broom, sweeping her back and forth. Of course, he also paid a huge price. 2 of his fingers were almost bitten off. Sister Jeannie, I'm begging you. You're a magnanimous person, so please raise your mouth. Sister Jeannie, I got a treasure. Tell me what you want, and I promise to give it to you. I want it, I want it. Flower Demon shouted excitedly. Qin Feng took the opportunity to pull out his fingers and then suddenly pressed down on Flower Demon's head, making her face down and rubbing against the soil with all her might. You dare to bite me and threaten me for treasures? Let me tell you, I don't have any treasures. I'll give you a mouthful of mud. Qin Feng rubbed Flower Demon's head against the ground a few times. Then, he immediately pulled away and ran away. Whoosh! A spiritual net suddenly wrapped around him. Qin Feng's body shook, and his spiritual power vibrated, shattering the spiritual net. He stared at Gong Xiaoxi and said, You want to eat dirt too? Seeing how Qin Feng made the Flower Demon eat dirt, Gong Xiaoxi's face was cold, and her spiritual power constantly surged out. Little cutie Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Flower Demon got up. Her face was full of mud. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. The little princess of St. Ryuin was actually rubbed against the ground, and she really ate a few mouthfuls of mud. Qin Feng moved to the side and said to the two of them, "You should know that with your strength, you're no match for me. Is that so?" Hua Xiaoyao panted heavily. Her small face was dark and gloomy, like a little black egg that had just been dug out of coal. She flipped her hand, and a light flashed. Immediately, a green gourd about the size of her body appeared. The mouth of the gourd tilted and aimed at Qin Feng. She slapped the bottom of the gourd and shouted, "You little cutie." A terrible suction force erupted from the mouth of the gourd, and Qin Feng's body flew uncontrollably toward the gourd. In a process of flying, an inexplicable energy suppressed him, making his body constantly shrink. Damn, Qin Feng was shocked. What kind of treasure is this? It's too evil. He attacked with spiritual power, but it was useless. It was all absorbed by the gourd, and his spiritual power was also useless. Sister Jeannie, let's talk things over. Qin Feng was anxious. If he was really sucked into the gourd, he would definitely be tortured to death by this little demon. Now you know to beg for mercy? No way. Seeing that he was about to enter the gourd, Qin Feng shouted and used the sky-shattering dragon roar. The substantial sound waves spread out and had a strong penetrating power. Flower Demon's body shook. She saw stars and her eardrums hurt. Taking advantage of this gap, Qin Feng quickly broke free from the suction force, and his body recovered. He flashed and put Flower Demon down. Once again, he pressed her head into the ground and rubbed it with all his might. "You want to suck me in with this broken gourd? Go eat mud." Although he said this, he still took the gourd in his hand and quickly retreated. Gong Xiaoxi looked at this scene in shock. She didn't have time to fight back. Besides the fact that the situation changed too quickly, the main thing was that she didn't expect Qin Feng to be able to resist the suction force of the green sky gourd. "How'd you do it?" she asked in shock. "I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Do you want to try?" Qin Feng's voice was calm and threatening. He wanted Gong Xiaoxi to be obedient and not have any bad ideas. Okay. Unexpectedly, Gong Xiaoxi was quite straightforward. She took out an item at lightning speed. It was a long blue whip. The whip was shining with blue light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. She waved her hand, and the long whip pierced toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered and grabbed the long whip. Just as he was about to grab Gong Xiaoxi, he felt a strong spiritual power coming from the long whip. His face changed. He quickly let go and retreated far away. He said in shock, "What kind of treasure is this? There are many treasures that a country bumpkin like you has never seen before." Flower Demon's voice came from behind. Before Qin Feng turned around, he felt a golden net coming toward him. He didn't move his body. His spiritual power turned into a big hand and grabbed the golden net. At the same time, he said, "It seems that this is also a treasure. I'll take it too, little black sister." However, just as he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that his spiritual hand didn't catch the golden net. Instead, it was trapped by the other party. Most importantly, he lost control of that part of his spiritual power. This thing can absorb spiritual power? Qin Feng was shocked. Then, he said in exasperation, "Little black sister, give me back my spiritual power." Chapter 181. Cooperate in treasure hunting. Qin Feng widened his eyes. This flower demon was too whimsical. She even dared to have ideas about his baby. She even wanted to press his head. No way. Flower demon, don't push your luck. If you anger young master, do you believe that young master will punish you on the spot? He threatened. The flower demon curled her lips. Do you have the strength? Qin Feng was just about to teach him a lesson when his heart suddenly stopped. Looking at the confident flower demon, he was suspicious. With his strength, suppressing the flower demon and Gong Xiaoxi would not be difficult. But why were they not worried at all? I have something to rely on. Qin Feng was inwardly dignified. Thinking of the few times he had been defeated, he finally understood that the confidence of these two women was the treasure in their hands. A gourd that could swallow people, a large net that could lock spiritual power, and a blue whip that was filled with domineering power. He had never heard of any of these before. If they used it well, even a spirit channeling expert would be at a disadvantage in their hands. Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned fiery. If he could, seeing that Qin Feng didn't dare to move, the flower demon snorted proudly. Now you know how powerful Sister Genie is. I have more than these. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but he understood in his heart that with so many treasures, he might not be able to deal with them alone. Hurry up and tell me honestly, what treasures have you obtained in the past few days? As the flower demon spoke, another treasure appeared in her hand. It was a jade hairpin that flickered with spiritual light. A power that caused Qin Feng's heart to palpitate rippled out. Whoosh! Gong Xiaoxi swung the blue whip with one hand, producing a whooshing sound, while the other hand formed a spiritual seal. Damn, that's too extravagant. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the spiritual sigil in Gong Xiaoxi's hand. The so-called spirit talisman was drawn on an object using spirit force, imitating a spirit-gathering formation. Through this, it could draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and cause a huge explosion. It had extremely powerful destructive power. To be specific, the spirit sigil was actually a shrunken version of the spirit array. When used, it could be directly activated with spirit force. This was a great weapon for spirit masters. Of course, a spirit master who could refine a spirit sigil not only had a high rank, but also had to be naturally good at copying spirit-gathering formations. It wasn't something that anyone could refine. Qin Feng didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. These two people were full of treasures from head to toe. Why haven't I seen you take out so many treasures before? He asked curiously. In the past, we were naturally imprisoned by Master. He didn't want us to become dependent on treasures. However, it's different here. Without absolute strength, there are many places that we can't enter. The flower demon raised her snow-white chin. He said proudly. Qin Feng was extremely envious. This was the difference between a rich girl and a poor girl. Since you have so many treasures, why do you care about what I have? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. This is different. Gong Xiaoxi said, this world is very mysterious. No one can tell its origin. Master said that most of the things obtained here are unusual, and some are even the key to opening some ancient inheritance. Qin Feng finally understood why the flower demon was so stubborn about the so-called treasures on him. It turned out that there was such an effect. However, he didn't have any treasures. I didn't get any treasures. I only got a battle skill that allows me to fly in the air for a short time. Qin Feng said straightforwardly, you saw it just now? I was practicing this battle skill. The two looked at him suspiciously. They didn't believe him. The flower demon said, then why are you screaming? I got a flying battle skill as soon as I entered here. Do you think I wouldn't be happy? Qin Feng glared and said, I'm not like you. You can casually use a powerful battle skill. Hearing Qin Feng's reasonable words, the two gradually believed him. Okay, that could be ruled out. However, the matter of you pressing on my head isn't over yet. The flower demon said, I still can't feel my 2 fingers. Qin Feng glared at him. Who told you to sit on me and touch me? If you didn't sneak attack me, would I have fallen off? Isn't it because your screams are unpleasant? I'm happy to scream. What does it have to do with you? Did I eat your food? Then why did you lie to me before that you didn't recover? The two exposed each other's past. They even revealed what happened when they first entered the academy. No one was willing to back down. For a moment, Gong Xiaoxi had a headache. She knew that if a problem student and a little demon met, it would definitely not be a good thing. Okay, our past is not clean. No one is going to expose it. In the end, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, I'll return you the gourd, and you return me the spiritual power. Everyone will be at peace. Perhaps we can even discuss some things together. However, if we don't agree, then everyone will go their separate ways. I can cultivate that little bit of spiritual power back after some time. The flower demon thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, we're even. No one is allowed to mention what happened before. However, everything that happens from now on will be settled clearly. As she said this, she put away the golden net. Qin Feng withdrew the spiritual power back into his mind, and at the same time, tossed the green gourd to the flower demon. With the problem solved, Qin Feng immediately smiled. He approached Gong Xiaoxi and said, "Big Sister Shi, what treasures are there here?" He was still very concerned about what they had said just now. Even those old men had said that whatever they obtained here would very likely have a great background. Otherwise, why would the two of them, who had so many treasures, only be interested in his treasure? I can't tell you the specifics. In this regard, Gong Xiaoxi did not hide anything. She thought for a moment and said, "I can only say that if we obtain some unfathomable treasure here, it might very well be of great use in the future. You saw the power of the green sky gourd, right? In fact, it's not the real thing. It's an imitation of the sky-devouring gourd, and the sky-devouring gourd came from this world." Qin Feng was shocked. He knew that the Saint Ryuin had 3 major artifacts: the demon subduing pestle, the purple copper palace, and the sky-devouring gourd. Each of them had immense power. He did not expect the sky-devouring gourd to come from here. He was even more curious about this place. "Right, what are you two doing here?" The two of them looked at each other. The flower demon stared at Qin Feng and said, "Little cutie, there's a great opportunity. Do you want it?" "How big?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "As big as the sky-devouring gourd." Qin Feng pursed his lips. This flower demon was definitely up to no good. If there was really a great opportunity, why would she share it with him? Little demon is indeed exaggerating. However, this place is really somewhat extraordinary. Perhaps there will be an unexpected surprise. Gong Xiaoxi spoke and said, "The reason why I'm telling you is because I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter with just the two of us. Any random disciple of the Heavenly Palace would not be inferior to me, but only you and I are proficient in spiritual power." Qin Feng paused for a moment and said, "What benefits can I get? We don't even know what we can get." The flower demon interrupted and said, "Just tell me if you agree or not." Qin Feng was put in a difficult position. The two of them did not look like they were lying. However, with the little demon flower demon here, he really did not dare to believe. "We've been wandering around here for several days. Do you know why?" Gong Xiaoxi said. "Why?" "Because this is what my grandfather reminded me." Chapter 182. Yin Yang Pond in Truth. Qin Feng was already tempted. No matter what, just based on the fact that Gong Xiaoxi and the flower demon had spent several days here, he had reason to believe that there was something good here that the two of them desired. However, he was worried that the two of them would set a trap for him. When the time came, he would have to do all the hard work while they would take the things and leave. It was hard to say about Gong Xiaoxi, but the flower demon was definitely such a person. He had to be careful. The two of them were not surprised by Qin Feng's agreement. It was as if they had already expected it. "I won't waste words. Whatever we find inside, the 3 of us will split it equally." Qin Feng said seriously, "Don't play any tricks. If there's meat, the 3 of us can eat it together or no one can eat it." "Okay, then we'll split it equally." "No one is allowed to be greedy," the flower demon replied. Qin Feng glared at her and then looked at Gong Xiaoxi. The latter shook her head and said, "If we promise you anything now, you might not believe us. Moreover, we can't promise you anything because we don't know if we can obtain anything inside. We don't even know what's inside." When Qin Feng heard this, he was startled. If they didn't even know what it was, then why had they been playing so loudly before? This is originally a gamble. It's very possible that we won't be able to obtain anything. But I have a reason to gamble. As she spoke, Gong Xiaoxi stared at Qin Feng. "You also have a reason." "I have a reason?" Qin Feng was startled. Yin-yang fusion formation. At this point, Gong Xiaoxi's face turned slightly red, and she said, "The old man said that the yin-yang fusion formation is here. The reason why this formation is difficult to cultivate is because he speculated that it is incomplete. If we want to make up for it, we have to enter here and find a real yin-yang fusion formation. If the yin-yang fusion formation is completed, then with our current strength, we will be able to contend against spirit-detecting experts." Qin Feng was shocked. This place was quite impressive. outside of the sky-devouring gourd. Even the yin-yang fusion spirit design came from here. Moreover, with just 2 spirit masters at the early stage, they were able to control this formation and fight against a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The power of this formation was simply too terrifying. There was a huge gap between the bone-strengthened realm and the spirit-detecting realm. Up until now, there had never been a heaven-defying genius that could match a spirit-detecting realm cultivator at the peak of the bone-strengthened realm. Normally, a spirit-detecting expert could suppress 10 peak bone-strengthening experts with a flip of their hand. If he could master this array with Gong Xiaoxi, it would be enough to sweep away everyone here. Even Tang Ke would not be a problem. Damn it, what exactly is this place? Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. The Holy Dragon Realm was too extraordinary. It was simply a mysterious treasure trove. All right, I'll take the bait this time. I'll be your bodyguard. Qin Feng shook his head. Who told me to be so soft-hearted? The flower demon curled her lips. If you were soft-hearted, then there would be no evil people in this world. With the addition of Qin Feng, the two of them did not delay and directly came to the entrance of a cave. This was a mountainside, and there was a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a circular cave with a diameter of about 2 meters. The inside of the cave was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, when they approached the cave, they could feel a cold wind blowing out. This meant that the cave was connected and not a dead cave. The 2 women looked at Qin Feng. The latter's shoulders slumped as he resigned himself to his fate and took the lead. Who told him to be so envious of the yin-yang fusion formation? Not only was it powerful, but it could also speed up the process of entering the ranks of Earth rank. One had to know that even a very talented spirit master could not advance from beginner to Earth rank without 5 or 6 years of consolidation. For example, he had been a beginner upper rank spirit master for half a year. Until now, it had only risen a little, and it was with the help of the divine power disc. Otherwise, it might not have risen at all. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to advance from beginner to Earth rank. The gap was even greater than that between strong bones and psychic. Spiritual power quickly spread out, and the 3 of them entered the cave one after another. The cave was very long. The 3 of them walked for half an hour before they could barely see a little light flickering in the distance. The 3 of them were shocked. They sped up and arrived at the bottom of the cave. He approached carefully in front. The back of the cave was a wider area. What surprised him was that there was actually a hot spring in the middle of the area. It was emitting wisps of steam. The top of the spring was in a semi-sealed state. There was a hole the size of a rubber ball. When the sun shone, it just happened to fall on the hot spring. It was quite strange. Other than that, there was nothing else. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. After looking at it for a while, Qin Feng frowned. Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon were also puzzled. The former used her spiritual power to perceive and found nothing unusual. Where's the cold wind blowing from? Flower Demon said. Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi were stunned. Indeed, cold wind could often be felt here, but it was not caused by the small hole at the top. Something's wrong. Qin Feng spread out his spiritual power and searched the place inch by inch. After a while, his eyes condensed, and he stared at the hot spring. No, to be precise, it was a cold pool. No, it should be the coexistence of hot and cold air. It was very strange. The cold air came out and went out from the tunnel, while the hot air evaporated and spread from the top. He came to the edge of the spring. There was nothing special except for the hot air and cold air. If he had to say something, it was very clear, but he couldn't see the bottom. It seemed to be very deep. Is the entrance in this pool? Qin Feng thought in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he told the 2 women his idea. Are you sure? Gong Xiaoxi asked. If your position is right, then the only entrance is this pool. After a pause, Qin Feng said, If you are worried, I will take the lead, and if there is no problem, you can come down. No. Gong Xiaoxi shook her head and said, The reason why I am looking for you is because to enter this place, you must have 2 kinds of spiritual power as a primer to open the entrance. I will go down with you. I will go down too. Flower Demon quickly said. What if you open it and eat it alone? The three of them discussed for a while and jumped into the pool together. The pool water was very strange. Sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was cold. And as they dived deeper, the alternating between cold and heat became faster and faster, and the temperature difference increased. In the end, cold and heat existed at the same time. Half of the body was burning hot, and the other half was biting cold. This huge temperature difference made Qin Feng a little unbearable. He turned his head and looked at the two women who didn't change, and couldn't help but be surprised. Spiritual sound transmission. Why don't you feel it? Flower Demon pointed to herself and laughed. Qin Feng found that the two of them had some kind of magic weapon on them that could isolate the strange temperature of the pool water. Now I'm sure it is here because this is very similar to the legendary yin-yang pool. Fortunately, the old man was well prepared and gave us 2 heat and cold repelling beads. Gong Xiaoxi said, Damn, why didn't you prepare one for me? Qin Feng said, I prepared 2. I was going to give you one, but Gong Xiaoxi looked at Hua Xiaoyao, who had a smug look on her face. Qin Feng immediately understood and angrily asked Flower Demon for it. Of course, they were all using spiritual sound transmission and couldn't speak in the water. I wasn't sure that the yin-yang pool really existed at that time. I dived deep enough to realize it. Don't worry, even without the heat and cold repelling bead, you can pass through the yin-yang pool, but you will suffer a little. Chapter 183. Mental Yin-Yang Force. Looking at Flower Demon's smiling face, Qin Feng really regretted that he didn't press that face into the ground for a while longer. It was too hateful. However, there was no other way now. He couldn't pry open her mouth. So be it. Qin Feng made up his mind. Once he got his hands on the yin-yang fusion array, he would definitely not mess around with these two people. When he thought of the yin-yang fusion formation, his heart skipped a beat. Yin-yang fusion formation, yin-yang pool, were the two related? If he wanted to obtain the yin-yang fusion array, he would have to pass through the yin-yang pool. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He had some guesses in his heart. However, he didn't know much about the yin-yang fusion formation. There were some places where he would have to personally verify the feasibility of his conjecture. Perhaps this is an opportunity. After figuring this out, he gladly accepted it. His body alternated between hot and cold, making him suffer unspeakably. After diving for a while, the temperature difference between the temperature and the temperature increased. Even Qin Feng could not bear it anymore. He floated in the water and sent a telepathic message to Gong Xiaoxi. Didn't you say we could pass? But I can't hold on any longer. In theory, it's possible, said Gong Xiaoxi, but she wasn't as confident as before. Qin Feng was speechless. Did she have to be so deceitful? Just as he was about to ask the Flower Demon to give him the heat and cold repelling pearl for the greater good, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. His expression froze as he felt the alternating heat and cold in his body. It was as if they had reached a balance point at some point. It was also at that moment that the mental power in his mind inexplicably became alternating between heat and cold. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and Qin Feng did not grasp it. Give me a moment, Qin Feng said. His mind was calm as he carefully felt the alternating cold and heat, searching for that fleeting balance. In the yin-yang pond, the cold air was yin, and the hot air was yang. The human body also had yin and yang to balance itself. The moment of balance just now, could it be that the yin and yang in the water had reached a state of harmony with the yin and yang in the human body? After a while, Qin Feng once again grasped that wisp of equilibrium opportunity. It also disappeared quickly, but this time it felt different. Qin Feng felt that he could control it. Half an hour had passed. Qin Feng had experienced that balance 4 times. He had captured some of the operating trajectories, but he still needed to try again and again to grasp them. After using the yin-yang balanced roar a few times, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the effect of the alternating heat and cold in the yin-yang pond on him was greatly reduced. His eyes shone brightly as he felt that he was one step closer to his conjecture. The yin-yang pond helps one control the yin and yang energy in one's body. Qin Feng was overjoyed to receive such great benefits. He took the lead and rushed deeper into the cave. Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon were stunned. They shook their heads and followed him. The deeper he went, the more intense the alternating heat and cold became, and Qin Feng's perception of the balance became faster. Buzz! All of a sudden, a formless wave of air gushed out from his body. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression was solemn. In his mind, his mental energy was rioting like the rising and falling tides, surging and surging violently. His spiritual power was attacked by the alternating heat and cold, just like his body. The pain was even greater than his physical body. But Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. He vaguely guessed that the yin-yang pond might be a test. He didn't know what kind of test it was. He also didn't know if his guess was correct. He only knew that it wasn't a bad thing to do. He endured the alternating heat and cold in his mind as he slowly dived. When the pain subsided, he said to the two women, "The heat and cold-repelling bead might make you miss something. I suggest that you pass through this place on your own." "What do you mean?" Gong Xiaoxi asked. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't say anything because it was all just speculation. He didn't have such a bead, so he had to do it no matter what. But they did. As for whether they would give up or not, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered. Anyway, he had reminded them. What they did was their business. The result was similar to his guess. This alternating heat and cold was a kind of torture. They had a way to resist it, but they were unwilling to give up. Seeing this, he didn't say anything else and slowly dived. The spiritual power in his mind gradually calmed down, but it had split into two camps. On the left side of the spiritual outer coffin, the spiritual power was cold, and on the right side it was hot. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression froze. In the middle of the two spiritual powers, there was a spiritual seed the size of a soybean. One of them was steaming with yang qi, causing the spiritual power to be full of yang qi. The other was filled with yin qi, and the spiritual power was also full of yin qi. This is the spiritual power of yin and yang? Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried about the changes in his spiritual power. The alternating heat and cold of the yin-yang pool stimulated the yin and yang in the human body, so it stimulated the yin and yang in the spiritual power, forming the spiritual power of yang and yin. Qin Feng didn't know what was going on, but his intuition told him that this might not be a bad thing, because in the following process of diving, the alternating heat and cold of the yin-yang pool didn't affect him at all. The cold would be absorbed by the spiritual power of yin, and the hot would be devoured by the spiritual power of yang. Moreover, as more and more of the hot and cold were devoured, the two spiritual yin and yang seeds were also slowly growing. Suddenly, he felt his body become light, as if he had passed through a layer of membrane. Then he felt his feet stepping on something solid. At the same time, the surrounding light suddenly lit up. He widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This was a huge space, similar to a palace, and he was currently in this palace. Stone pillars were scattered in the palace, supporting this palace. The stone pillars were carved with various images, each of them ferocious and emitting an ancient and savage aura. What was surprising was that this palace was actually black and white, which was very strange. Bang! A slight sound was heard, and Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon appeared one after the other. "Yes, it's here, the yin-yang land." Gong Xiaoxi's voice was slightly excited. "What is the yin-yang land?" Qin Feng asked. Gong Xiaoxi ignored him and searched here. After a while, she came to a bronze door, looking excited. Qin Feng looked at the bronze door, his eyes slightly focused. In the center of the bronze door, there was a Tai Chi diagram with yin and yang hugging each other. The left half of the diagram was white, and the right half was black. And in the black and white, there was a protruding point, blooming with a weak black and white light. "The old man stopped here that year," Gong Xiaoxi said. "Senior Ying Yuan has been here before?" Qin Feng was surprised. Gong Xiaoxi nodded and said, but he was alone at that time, so he couldn't open this door because it requires the spiritual power of men and women to open it, and the lowest is a low-level spiritual power master. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Qin Feng said, and used his spiritual yang energy, turning it into a big hand, and pressed on the protruding point in the white area. Gong Xiaoxi didn't hesitate, and pressed her spiritual power on the protruding point in the black area. Boom! The hall shook slightly, and then, on the Tai Chi diagram, two kinds of light, and then the bronze door split from the middle, slowly falling to the sides. Qin Feng rushed in a flash. Chapter 184. Mental dual rest. You guys, Gong Xiaoxi was speechless. They didn't even know if there was any danger inside, so why were they in such a rush? However, she didn't hesitate and rushed in. After entering the bronze door, Qin Feng was immediately dumbfounded. He had only dared to rush in after checking that there was no danger. However, he didn't expect it to be such a place. This place was covered in gray, and he didn't know where it was. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless gray that was like a fog. The visibility was less than 10 meters. The three of them stood side by side, not daring to be rash. No, it's easy for us to get separated. Flower Demon took out 2 purple ropes and wrapped one around Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi's wrists. The other end was connected to herself. This is a spirit binding rope. Even a spirit-detecting realm expert would have to spend some time to break free from it. This way, we won't get separated. Qin Feng tested it and found that it was indeed very tough. He couldn't break it even with all his strength. You used the spirit-binding rope to tie us up? Don't tell me you want to sneak attack us at a crucial moment. He glanced at Flower Demon. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Flower Demon immediately became angry and said, I also tied myself up. If I sneak attack, wouldn't I also sneak attack myself? Qin Feng gave a hollow laugh. The main reason was because he was too worried about Flower Demon. This little demon was capable of doing anything. You two stop arguing. Let's see what's here, Gong Xiaoxi said. Qin Feng nodded and spread out his spiritual force. However, what surprised him was that his spiritual force was severely weakened here. He could only see a few meters around him. It was better to use his eyes to see. How strange. I can't use my spiritual force. Gong Xiaoxi was shocked. It's not that I can't use it, but that it's being blocked by something. Qin Feng shook his head. He could vaguely feel that the reason why his spiritual power was suppressed was because something was missing. With a whoosh, his eyes lit up. The gray fog here seemed to be formed by the fusion of black and white. Black and white were synonymous with yin and yang in the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. With this in mind, he mobilized his yin-yang spiritual power. Sure enough, he was no longer suppressed. He secretly scanned the area and finally found a strange place a few hundred meters to his left. Follow me. He led the two of them there. What is it? Qin Feng was secretly shocked. The reason why that area was strange was because there was no way for spiritual energy to enter that place. They slowly approached the area. Soon after, the three of them were stunned. This was actually a clear area, and the gray fog could not approach. A strange power flowed here, isolating the gray fog. The three of them walked into the area. The area was not small, at least 1,000 square meters. We won't get separated now. Qin Feng hurriedly untied the spirit-binding rope and looked around. This place seemed to have formed a space of its own. The surrounding gray fog was like a wall, tightly enveloping this place. If it wasn't for the fact that he could use his spiritual power to probe, they would have wasted a lot of time in this gray world without any direction. Look, that's the yin-yang integration formation. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoxi cried out in surprise. Qin Feng followed her gaze and looked over. His expression froze. In the air, there was an obvious black and white formation, but there was no fluctuation. It was like a projection. Flower Demon sent a wave of spiritual power over, but there was no reaction. It was like a void. She said doubtfully, could it be a mirage? No, Qin Feng shook his head and stared at the yin-yang integration formation. He said, "It should be a trace left behind by this formation." He looked at Gong Xiaoxi and said, "This should be the complete yin-yang integration formation, but can't be taken away. If you want to obtain it, you can only cultivate here. You and I both know that if you want the yin-yang integration formation, you can only cultivate the spiritual power of a man and a woman. Since you're here, it means that you've accepted it. Now that the yin-yang integration formation is here, what's your decision?" Gong Xiaoxi was silent for a while. She said, "I just need to remember the way and route of the yin-yang integration formation. When the time comes, my grandfather will naturally be able to repair it." She was obviously refusing. Qin Feng shrugged and did not waste any more time. This kind of thing could not be forced. He used his spiritual power and extended it to the yin-yang integration formation. He followed the path inch by inch, wanted to copy it. However, it was too difficult because it was only a trace. There was no energy fluctuation. In other words, he could only see it, but when he extended his spiritual power, he could not feel anything. Therefore, he could not resonate with the yin-yang integration formation. He could only remember it. Gong Xiaoxi did not show any weakness. She pulled out her spiritual power. However, when the two spiritual powers were used on the yin-yang integration formation, something magical happened. The yin-yang integration formation started to distort quickly, rubbing the two spiritual powers together. At the same time, Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi's body shook. Their spiritual powers were involuntarily sucked in. They were forced to cultivate the spiritual power. Gong Xiaoxi wanted to withdraw her spiritual power, but it was useless. Her spiritual power continued to gather toward the distorted yin-yang integration formation. They did not know when, but their spiritual powers had turned into spiritual bodies in the yin-yang integration formation. They were like magnets, uncontrollably getting closer to each other. "Qin Feng, you're despicable." Even though it was just a spiritual body, Gong Xiaoxi's face was red. Her eyes were filled with anger. Qin Feng felt wronged. He said, "You can't be that stupid, right? This is obviously the yin-yang integration formation's doing." Gong Xiaoxi obviously knew. She was just too angry that she had to cultivate this spiritual power with someone. She just wanted to find a punching bag to vent her anger. Boom! There was a silent explosion. The two collided and quickly merged. In an instant, Qin Feng sensed everything about Gong Xiaoxi. At the same time, Gong Xiaoxi also sensed Qin Feng. Their spiritual powers merged, and they sensed each other. Long legs, small waist, and even higher. Qin Feng felt that if he was not a spiritual body, he would have a nosebleed. Gong Xiaoxi's figure was much better than Flower Demon's. This size, Qin Feng grinned. He could see more clearly than that night. But soon, he felt a cold, killing intent. "What are you doing?" Gong Xiaoxi asked coldly. "This is unavoidable," Qin Feng said calmly. "Plus, haven't you seen my naked body? It's not like you haven't seen it before." "Who's looking at that?" "I'm looking at some of your experiences after you left the City of Sin. You are cultivating the spiritual power. You can see whatever you want," Gong Xiaoxi said. Then, her face turned white and her eyes were filled with anger. She shouted, "Pervert, what are you looking at?" She knew that Qin Feng was thinking about something, but she never thought that he was looking at her. "I'm going to kill you." Gong Xiaoxi was enraged. Her spiritual body shook violently. However, it was useless. They were both forced to cultivate and could not be separated. Qin Feng chuckled and wanted to slap himself. Why did he say that? He thought the two of them had the same senses. If he said it so bluntly, Gong Xiaoxi would definitely kill him. "I can't think about it anymore. I'm going to forget about the long legs and small waist." Qin Feng held his breath and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He calmed himself down and merged his spiritual energy with Gong Xiaoxi's. Gong Xiaoxi finally calmed down. But in the next second, her face turned so red that it was about to bleed. Chapter 185. The Greatest Beneficiary. Both of their mental powers spread out, inch by inch, blending with each other bit by bit. With this kind of method, not to mention Gong Xiaoxi, even Qin Feng himself could not remain calm. Spiritual fusion. Their spiritual powers fused together. This was a comprehensive fusion. They could sense each other's every move. What long legs, small waist compared to the spiritual fusion, these were all trivial matters. Qin Feng could see it more clearly. It was not that he wanted to see it, but the spiritual power was manifested in his mind in a more direct way. The spiritual fusion was even more profound. All the thoughts of both parties would appear in the other party's mind and be sensed by their spiritual power. It was a comprehensive, three-dimensional perception. Qin Feng had no choice but to look. He was forced to accept all of this. At the same time, Gong Xiaoxi also had to accept all of this. At this moment, her mind felt like it was about to explode. She couldn't think about the problem at all. She had never thought that the mental double rest would be like this. Smelly old man, I'm going to pull out all your beard when we get back. Gong Xiaoxi was furious. No matter how ugly it was, she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't even blame Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't want to look, and it was useless even if he closed his eyes. The two of them shared the same spiritual perception. Calm down. Suddenly, Qin Feng's voice entered her ears. Gong Xiaoxi was angry. She was ashamed and angry. You perverted thief. I really want to kill you. We can't do anything about it, can we? Moreover, it's already like this. If we don't master the yin-yang fusion formation, our contributions will be in vain. Gong Xiaoxi was stunned. She couldn't see Qin Feng's expression, but she could hear from his tone that it was as calm as a dead pond, without any selfish thoughts. Anything could be deceived, but the feelings in one's heart could not be deceived, especially at this moment when their minds were intertwined. Whatever Qin Feng thought in his heart would be reflected. Right now, she didn't feel any inappropriate thoughts from Qin Feng. His mind was like stagnant water, without any ripples. Forget it, it's already like this. If we don't master it, it'll be a big loss. Gong Xiaoxi sighed. Since things had already come to this, only by mastering the yin-yang fusion formation would she be able to comfort her wounded soul. However, this naked scene was already imprinted in her mind. It couldn't be blocked just by not thinking about it. Gong Xiaoxi editor. Atlas Studios, if you don't stop, will both of us. Qin Feng's voice to her. Gong Xiaoxi was shocked. She took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in her heart. She calmed down. At this point, the two of them had officially begun their spiritual dual cultivation. Their spiritual energy fused together and circulated along the complicated and strange path of the yin-yang fusion formation. While they were meditating, the yin-yang fusion formation was also imprinted in their minds, slowly becoming more and more real. Boom! Both of them opened their eyes at the same time. We did it! Looking at the familiar environment, a gratified smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. He had already memorized the layout of the yin-yang fusion formation. He looked at Gong Xiaoxi, who was also looking at him. Her face was flushed. Damn, little Cece, why do you look like you're in heat? Flower Demon's eyes widened. How did Gong Xiaoxi become like this? Gong Xiaoxi glared at Flower Demon. How could she say something like this? All right, it's time for us to go back. Qin Feng said. What do you mean? Flower Demon was stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, she grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said excitedly, Did you just do it with little Cece? Ahem. Qin Feng coughed dryly. What are you talking about? Let's go. Let's go back. There's nothing here, Gong Xiaoxi said unnaturally. The two of them tacitly agreed not to say anything and walked out. Flower Demon was anxious. She shouted, You guys must have mastered the yin-yang fusion formation. Once they were outside, the three of them found a place to rest. Qin Feng used the excuse of checking out the terrain and walked away. He mobilized the yin-yang fusion formation in his mind. After seeing the yin-yang fusion formation, Qin Feng confirmed his guess. This kind of formation didn't require both male and female spiritual masters to cultivate together. Instead, it required the yin-yang fusion formation. The reason why men and women could cultivate it was because men were yang and women were yin. If a person could use both yin and yang at the same time, then they could cultivate it. It could even be said that this was the most correct way to cultivate. Only then would the perfect yin-yang fusion formation be presented. The yin-yang pool was an opportunity. It was a test for the latecomers. If one cheated, such as Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon, even if they obtained the yin-yang fusion formation, they could only find others to cultivate it with. They would never be able to use it as their trump card. This was a punishment for the cheaters. Only those who passed the test, such as him, could achieve balance through the yin-yang pool and stimulate the yin-yang fusion formation in their spiritual masters. In this aspect, Qin Feng was really grateful to them. If he had the 3 heat and cold repelling pearls, he wouldn't have found out about this test. However, he was curious. Ying Yuan had also passed the yin-yang pool. Why didn't he cultivate this formation? Since he couldn't figure out the reason, he didn't want to waste his brain cells. He calmed his mind and set up the yin-yang fusion formation. After a while, he realized helplessly that he couldn't set it up. His spiritual master hadn't completely transformed into the yin-yang fusion formation. The yin-yang fusion formation and the yang fusion formation contained too many impurities. It wasn't pure yin-yang fusion formation. He sneaked back into the cave and jumped into the yin-yang pool. He activated his devouring power and absorbed the cold and hot energies. Spiritual masters were derived from their physical bodies. Naturally, they couldn't absorb energy on their own. They could only endure it with their physical bodies and then transfer it to their spiritual masters. They had to constantly filter out the impurities in the yin-yang fusion formation and purify it. Of course, Qin Feng knew that this couldn't be done overnight. He just wanted to confirm if he could filter out the impurities in the yin-yang fusion formation by devouring the yin-yang fusion formation and the yang fusion formation. The results reassured him. This method was feasible. In the future, as long as he continued to absorb these two opposite energies, he would be able to continuously purify his yin-yang fusion formation. When that happened, he would be able to set up the yin-yang fusion formation on his own. I'm the biggest beneficiary of this collaboration. Qin Feng couldn't help but grin. First, he had obtained the divine dragon technique. Now, he had the yin-yang fusion formation. Even if he returned now, his trip to the sacred dragon realm would not have been in vain. At this thought, he couldn't help but take out the dragon token. Many people would fight to the death for this thing. What benefits did it have? He didn't feel that the dragon token had brought him any benefits at all. Chapter 186. Awarding Platform. After returning, Qin Feng did not probe. He directly took out the dragon plaque and said, "What's the use of this dragon plaque? Why do I feel like it's useless?" This was the truth. The divine dragon technique and the yin-yang fusion formation that he had obtained had nothing to do with the dragon token. Flower Demon cast a sidelong glance at him and then turned her head away, leaving him with the back of her head. What's wrong with her? Qin Feng looked at Gong Xiaoxi in shock. He didn't think he had offended the Flower Demon. She's sulking with herself. Gong Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed. Who's angry with myself? Flower Demon turned her head and stared at them with her big round eyes. I risked my life trying to break through the barrier with you guys, but in the end, you guys succeeded in cultivating the yin-yang fusion formation while I worked myself to death and didn't get anything. Don't you think this is too much? You've broken my heart. Qin Feng smiled. This little devil was depressed because of this, but it wasn't their fault. After all, she wasn't a spirit master. Ignoring the Flower Demon, Qin Feng said to Gong Xiaoxi, "What are the benefits of the dragon medallion? It can let us enter places that others can't." Gong Xiaoxi's tone was slightly mysterious. A place we can't enter? Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion. What kind of place is that? It's hard to say. The location is not fixed every time. Gong Xiaoxi shook her head and said, "But I can be sure that with the dragon medallion in hand, you will definitely enter a mysterious place of fortune. In this place, people without the dragon medallion can't enter. That's why the dragon medallion can only show its value in the end. Of course, different levels will lead to different destinies in the end. For example, The Flood Dragon token is second only to the Dragon token. They can enter another destinies. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. He was extremely interested in the mysterious land of good fortune that only those with dragon medallions could enter. Looking at Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi, who were chatting happily and didn't care about her feelings at all, Flower Demon felt distressed and wailed, "They all bully me. I have no one to love me. I can't live like this." Both of them knew her temperament, so they ignored her. Qin Feng asked, "How is Tang Kei's strength? Why are you asking about him?" Gong Xiaoxi was slightly surprised. "Nothing, I'm just curious. He's a few years older than you, and his talent isn't any worse than yours. Why is he at the same late bone strengthening stage as you?" Tang Kei gave him a very dangerous feeling. His intuition told him that perhaps they would have a confrontation in the sacred dragon realm. "You're underestimating the tempering of the bone strengthening stage. This stage isn't easy to cross just because you're talented. The strengthening of the root bone is very time-consuming, especially the final stage of the bone strengthening stage." Gong Xiaoxi shook her head and said, "Even for monstrous geniuses like us, it's impossible to reach the spirit detecting stage without 3 or 4 years." "That long?" Qin Feng was shocked. A bone strengthening stage actually took so long. "What do you think?" Gong Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and said, "That's fast. Normally, geniuses are stuck for 8 to 10 years. Look at our school. Most of the students are in the bone strengthening stage, but there isn't a single spirit detecting stage. Why is that? It's because this stage is very special. It belongs to the bone strengthening stage, and it's no less than rebuilding one's foundation. Everyone's cultivation progress at this stage will slow down." Carefully calculating, Tang Kei has been stuck at this stage for almost 4 years. Qin Feng was silent. He didn't think that the bone strengthening stage was so important that even someone like Tang Kei would be stuck for so long. No wonder there were so many bone strengthening stage students, but no spirit detecting stage students. But don't think of him as a normal bone strengthening stage. Gong Xiaoxi said, "This person is not simple and has great ambitions. He hasn't broken through to the spirit detecting stage for so long. It's possible that he values this place a lot and wants to reforge his bones to the strongest bone strengthening stage, so he's deliberately suppressing his cultivation." Hearing this, Qin Feng was shocked. Everyone else was trying to break through to this stage, but he was still suppressing it. It could be seen that he had great ambitions. Then he asked, "Tang Kei has been here for so many years, but he still hasn't reached the strongest bone strengthening stage?" Gong Xiaoxi was speechless and said, "Do you think everyone is as lucky as you, encountering the mysterious yellow qi at the beginning and refining the strongest bone strengthening stage? He cultivated step by step. If he wants the strongest bone strengthening stage, he can only weaken the power of his root bone and reforge it. Perhaps there is such a spiritual item in this mysterious place." Qin Feng was silent. If Tang Kei was trapped normally, it could only mean that he was a genius. But if it was the latter, then it was very scary. A person who could resist the temptation of spirit detecting stage definitely had great ambitions. That's right. There are many people here who have reached the peak of the bone strengthening stage. Is it possible for them to enter the spirit detecting stage here? Qin Feng asked. Not everyone had Tang Kei's plans. Qin Feng firmly believed that once there was an opportunity to break through, even people like Zhou Yin and Yu Huatian would break through without hesitation. The possibility is very high, especially for people like Zhou Yin. They have been in this stage for many years. If they're lucky, breaking through is not impossible. Most of them entered the sacred dragon realm with this idea. Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If a few more spirit-detecting stage cultivators appeared, then it would be too terrifying. Who could deal with them? You don't have to worry about meeting them here. If they really break through to the spirit-detecting stage, they will be kicked out of this world. We won't meet them. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as there were no spirit-detecting stage cultivators, he and Gong Xiaoxi should be invincible here. We should find some time to practice the yin-yang fusion formation, he said softly. Although the yin-yang fusion formation was a success, they had only just come into contact with it. It was impossible for them to fight against spirit-detecting stage cultivators. They needed to familiarize themselves with it and integrate it. Gong Xiaoxi blushed and glared at him. Don't say that. Qin Feng continued. Since we have succeeded, we naturally need to increase its power. Otherwise, why would we practice it? Gong Xiaoxi glared at him and said, We'll talk about it later. Sai, I'm all alone. I have nothing to live for. The flower demon hugged the clear sky gourd. Her expression was full of hidden bitterness. She was in a terrible mood. She had come here full of confidence, but now she had helped others and gained nothing. Rumble. Divine Bestowment Guard Platform. Activate. Suddenly, the world shook. Profound light gushed out of the heavens and the earth. An ethereal voice seemed to be accompanied by the sound of an ancient ritual. It reverberated in every corner of the world. At this moment, everyone in the sacred dragon realm seemed to sense something and looked in that direction. An indescribable shock surged from the depths of their hearts. Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon's expressions changed. Divine Bestowment Guard Platform? Who did it? Are they crazy? Gong Xiaoxi's voice trembled slightly. What's the Divine Bestowment Guard Platform? Qin Feng asked. From their expressions, it was obvious that something big had happened. There's no time. It must be that bastard Tang Quebec. We have to hurry over. The flower demon did not even say Tang K's nickname. It was obvious that she was also panicking. Chapter 187. Oracle. Without hesitation, the flower demon injected her spiritual power into the green sky gourd and enlarged it to 10 meters long. She said to the two of them, Let's fly over quickly. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen the flower demon show such a serious expression. He asked what happened. There's no time. Let's talk while we walk. Gong Xiaoxi said, and then jumped onto the green sky gourd. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not dare to delay and flew up. Flower demon controlled the green sky gourd and quickly flew in that direction. The Divine General Guardian Platform is a taboo in the Holy Dragon Realm. Once triggered, something terrible will happen. Gong Xiaoxi's expression was serious as she quickly said, Long story short, I only want to tell you that once the bestowed General Guardian Platform is activated, a monster will appear. If we can't kill it together, all of us will be killed by it. How can this be? Qin Feng asked. If we die in this world, won't we return as Saint Ryuin? And we can also use the Holy Dragon Medallion to go back. It's useless. If you're killed by a monster, you're really dead. Flower Demon shook her head with a serious expression. Moreover, once the Divine Guardian Platform is activated, the Holy Dragon Medallion will lose its effect. If the monster doesn't die, we will die. Tang Ke is really crazy this time. Why did he activate the Divine Bestowment Guardian Platform? Qin Feng asked. He wants to ascend to godhood. Gong Xiaoxi shook her head and sighed. It seems that we have underestimated his ambition. Become a god? What kind of joke is this? Qin Feng was flabbergasted. It was still debatable whether or not a supreme being was real, yet this guy actually wanted to become a god. There's an ancient legend in the Holy Dragon Realm that the Divine General Bestowment Platform is guarded by a divine emissary of God. It's said that there's a path to becoming a god here. Anyone who enters it has a chance of becoming a god. Gong Xiaoxi said, but this is just a legend. It may not be true. Tang Ke is too bold. Even if it is true, the divine envoy is not easy to deal with. If we're not careful, we might all be wiped out. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Then he asked, what is the strength of this monster, the Oracle? The weakest is the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. With that, Gong Xiaoxi sighed. I hope no impatient bastard breaks through to the spirit detecting realm. Why do you say that? Because the power of the god envoys changes according to the strongest person here. They will be one level stronger than the strongest person. If someone breaks through to the spirit detecting realm, the power of a divine envoy will reach the nine heavens realm? Qin Feng's heart trembled. Gong Xiaoxi nodded with a heavy expression. I don't think so. The flower demon shook her head and said, if it's really the ninth heaven realm's divine emissary, we're all done for. No matter how crazy Tang Ke is, he won't open the general bestowment platform without knowing. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. If it was him, he wouldn't have done this if he knew someone had broken through to the spirit detecting realm. Tang Ke was crazy, but he wasn't stupid. Once the ninth heaven realm's divine emissary appeared, everyone would die without a doubt. The holy dragon medallion in our hands should be useless, right? He asked. The two nodded with heavy expressions. Tang Ke, go F***CK yourself. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. He was full of expectations for that mysterious place, but it ended up like this. F***CK, he cursed angrily. What's there to be unhappy about? Curse when we're safe. Gong Xiaoxi shook her head. After a pause, she continued. But when the time comes, you might not think this way. What do you mean? Qin Feng looked at her. Tang Ge gave up on the mysterious place of fortune. He chose to do this because he was worried that there might not be a spiritual item of heaven and earth in the mysterious place that could temper one's foundation. Gong Xiaoxi said, once the general bestowment platform is opened, there will be endless danger. At the same time, if we pass it, the benefits will also be great. Not to mention the so-called path to becoming a god. The spirit communicating true flame will definitely appear. What kind of flame is that? Qin Feng asked in shock. The spirit communicating true flame is an extremely rare spiritual fire in heaven and earth. As the name suggests, it has the miraculous ability to communicate with the spirit. If one uses the spirit communicating true flame to temper one's body, one does not need to destroy one's foundation to refine the strongest bones. Moreover, it will be the strongest spiritual fire. Hearing this, Qin Feng understood. No wonder Tang Ke did this. It turned out that there was a reason. Once they defeated the divine envoy, the spirit communicating true flame would appear. If they wanted to forge the strongest bones, this was the safest way. This guy, Qin Feng's fear of him deepened. The clear sky gourd flew very quickly. Before long, they arrived at the general bestowment platform. Looking down from above, this was a huge deterrent. There were already many people on it. Tang Ke, Mo Feng, Qian Yin, Tang Ran, Zhou Yin, and some other powerful cultivators were all here. Moreover, there were many other powerful cultivators like them, hurrying over quickly. Tang Ke, you're crazy. As soon as they landed, the flower demon roared at Tang Quebec. Although it was my suggestion, everyone agreed. Tang Ke smiled faintly and said, compared to entering the land of fortune, I think everyone is more willing to enter here. You guys? The flower demon looked at Mo Feng, Zhou Yin, and the others and said angrily, you're all crazy. Hee, although it's crazy, we can't deny that once we succeed, we will all be able to forge the strongest bones. It might even lead to the appearance of the path to godhood. Zhou Yin smiled faintly and said, moreover, a divine envoy in the early stage of the spirit detecting realm is not necessarily impossible to deal with if we work together. Since ancient times, those who want to achieve great things need to have great courage. The flower demon wanted to continue cursing, but Gong Xiaoxi quickly stopped her and said softly, the general bestowment platform has already been activated. It's useless to say more. Why don't we think of a way to deal with it? She looked at Tang Ke and said, you know the difference between a strong bone and a spirit detecting expert. It's not that easy to cross this gap. Have you thought of a way to deal with it? It's very simple. We just have to fight with our lives on the line. I think that as long as we all fight with our lives on the line, the possibility of defeating it is very high. Tang Ke smiled faintly and said, this will be very difficult, but at the same time, the strongest bones are not easy to forge. As he said this, he looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not say anything and said, don't talk nonsense. When the divine envoy comes out, all of us will have to attack. We can't give it the slightest chance to react and try to destroy it in the shortest time possible. Tang Ke was stunned, and then his smile deepened. I didn't expect that the first thing you said would be this. As expected of someone who was accepted by the Sky Hall. You shouldn't have been demoted to the profound class. Qin Feng didn't bother with him. He stared at the center of the divine bestowment guardian platform. Over there, the space distorted as runes interweaved and flashed. A powerful pressure slowly permeated the air as a faint silhouette appeared. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another, and experts arrived one after another. No one asked why, and they were all accumulating power. Qin Feng walked to Gong Xiaoxi's side and looked at her without blinking. Gong Xiaoxi's eyes flashed, and then she sighed, and her mental power slowly spread out. Chapter 188. A fierce battle at the center of the divine bestowment general platform. The space became more and more distorted as the figure became clearer. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure. Their faces were grave to the extreme. They could all feel a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the figure that was gradually becoming clearer. This was a genuine spirit detecting realm expert. Qin Feng stared at the figure. Under the pressure, the circulation of spirit energy in his body became rough. He clenched his fists and realized that his body was a little stiff. Whoosh! He let out a breath of turbid air and let himself relax. Facing an expert of this level, he had to be in his strongest state. How could his body be stiff at such a crucial moment? Under everyone's nervous gazes, the figure became clearer and clearer as a substantial pressure descended. The god emissary was about to descend. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. The god emissary seemed to be in human form. Its body was snow-white and shrouded in a holy light. He couldn't see its face clearly and couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It only gave off an indescribable sense of nobility, like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. But for some reason, he felt an aura that was different from a human's. However, he didn't have time to think about it, as the god emissary had descended. Intruder of the divine bestowment general platform. Boom! Just as his real body appeared on the divine bestowment general platform, before he could finish his sentence, powerful attacks landed on his body. In an instant, spiritual light flashed, and energy surged. A destructive spiritual energy storm erupted. For a moment, dust filled the air, and the air distorted, making it very difficult to see. Everyone stared nervously at the divine emissary. They all wanted to know what happened to the god emissary. Was it killed by them? The attack this time was very precise. The god emissary didn't have time to react before it suffered a destructive attack. Facing this kind of crazy attack, an expert that had just entered the spirit detecting realm was not prepared and was heavily injured or even killed. Under everyone's gaze, the dust gradually settled and their vision became clear. However, at this moment, Tang Kei's expression changed and he shouted, "Everyone, quickly retreat." When his voice fell, a terrifying shockwave spread out from the center of the dust. Before it even got close, everyone could hear a sonic boom in the air. "Now!" Qin Feng shouted. He and Gong Xiaoxi flew up into the air to avoid the shockwaves. Then, their spiritual energies quickly merged and set up a simple yin-yang fusion array. When the yin-yang fusion array was set up, the two of them were in a state of telepathy. They acted at the same time as if they were telepathic. A black and white spiritual energy flowed from the yin-yang fusion array. Spiritual power was formless and traceless. With their control over spiritual power, it was impossible for such a large deviation to occur. However, this spiritual power was black and white, intertwining with each other. However, the two of them remained expressionless, as only they, who were controlling the yin-yang fusion formation, could sense just how powerful their combined spiritual powers were. Rumble. The black and white spiritual power smashed into the divine envoy's body and sent him flying. When everyone saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. When did little cutie and little fairy become so powerful? They were actually able to send the divine envoy flying. However, they were not ordinary people after all. They quickly recovered from their shock and launched a series of powerful attacks. Heaven-splitting slash. Zhou Yan held a snow-white battle sword. The spiritual energy around his body surged and gathered on the sword. Then he slashed down fiercely, and a stream of spiritual energy burst out. Blood Spirit, 3 hands. Yu Huaiyan's hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Immediately, blood-red spiritual energy gushed out and turned into 3 blood hands. He slammed them heavily toward the divine envoy. Tang Kei's expression was indifferent. He spread his legs apart and bent his back legs as if he was shooting an arrow. Spiritual light surged around his body, and a purple longbow appeared. Then, a purple arrow was placed on the bowstring. He gently pulled the bowstring, and the bow bent slightly. Purple light burst out from his body, and a purple arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. Death God's arrow. All the late-stage bone strengthening stage experts burst out their strongest attacks at the same time. They wanted to kill the divine envoy. Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi did not dare to stop. They continued to operate the yin-yang integration formation and shot out an even larger black and white spiritual energy beam toward the divine envoy. Gathering an even more terrifying power than before, everyone believed that even a spirit-detecting stage expert would be in a difficult situation. Not to mention the divine envoy who was sent flying in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength. Under everyone's expectant gazes, all the attacks landed on the divine envoy. Because the distance was too close, many of the attacks devoured each other and directly caused a huge explosion. Rumble. The entire divine bestowment general guard stage shook violently. An indescribable destructive shock wave crazily spread out, and a storm of spiritual energy swept out. Everyone's attacks combined into one, resulting in some kind of qualitative change, resulting in an extremely terrifying shockwave. Everyone quickly retreated and sighed in relief. Even if they were not in the middle of it, they could feel how violent the energy was. If an early-stage spirit-detecting stage expert was caught in it, they would be seriously injured. "Everyone, get ready to give him a fatal blow," Tang Kei said loudly. Everyone nodded and secretly gathered their power. If the divine envoy was still alive, they would give him a final blow. The energy storm there gradually subsided. Everyone was nervously watching, their eyes unblinking. "This guy should be dead," someone said in a low voice. "No matter if he's dead or not, we have to be careful. If he still has a breath, we'll end him," Zhou Yan said with a vicious smile. Qin Feng stared at the place where there was no movement and where the energy storm was gradually weakening. He had some doubts in his heart. The divine envoy had died, just like that, without even a decent counterattack. The monster that everyone was afraid of shouldn't be so weak. He slowly extended his spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, his expression changed, and he loudly said, "Everyone attack." At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. When they heard his shout, they did not even have time to distinguish what it was. Powerful attacks blasted out one after another. Boom! This place boiled over. Extremely violent energy wreaked havoc in this place, causing the void to be unable to withstand it and distort. Wong. The world seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, there seemed to be a fierce roar. Then, a terrifying black light exploded from the center and swept out in all directions like a sound wave. Pucci! Pucci! Immediately, many experts vomited blood and retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feng's figure suddenly rose into the air. At the same time, he wrapped his spiritual energy around Gong Xiaoxi and narrowly avoided the black light attack. When he looked around, his expression could not help but change. Nearly half of the people had lost the ability to fight. Roar! At the same time, a substantial roar came from there. It was filled with violent energy fluctuations. Chapter 189. Bloody Battle Roar. It was like the roar of a tiger and the cry of an ape, but also like the cry of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix. It was impossible to tell what it was, but it had a terrifying penetrative power, causing everyone's eardrums to rise and their brains to swell. This was only the first wave. Following that, the roars did not stop, turning into sound waves that spread out in all directions. The bodies of countless people staggered as snow continuously flowed out of their noses, ears, and mouths. In just a few breaths of time, nearly a third of the remaining half were injured, their combat strength reduced. The divine envoys had yet to truly counterattack, but they had already lost more than half of their forces. This caused the hearts of the remaining people to turn cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Fortunately, Tang Ke, Zhou Yin, Yu Huatian, Qin Feng, Gong Xiaoxi, and Mo Feng, and some other top experts were not injured. Otherwise, these people would have lost all confidence. At that moment, the energy storm gradually weakened. Everyone could see the scene inside. Instantly, their scalps went numb. What was that thing? The god's emissary, who was still in human form and shrouded in holy light, was now shrouded in black light and transformed into an unknown monster. It was 10 zhang tall and only had a head without a body. It had millstone-sized eyes, one of which surged with scarlet light like blood, while the other was abnormally pitch black like a black hole. It was extremely intimidating. At the center of his brows, there was a vertical eye. The vertical eye seemed to be a little empty, and it was surrounded by strands of ghastly white energy. There were 2 horns on its head, one white and one black. Both of them flickered with a strange light. It even had a 7 to 8 meter long tail behind it. Its mouth was shaped like a wild boar's, and its sharp white teeth were curved upwards. When the light shone, it was dazzling, causing people to tremble in fear. Below its head, there were 2 large golden hands that seemed to be made of metal, supporting the entire head. Countless tentacles grew around his head, spreading out like seaweed. Everyone looked at this monster and felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't know what this thing was. It was neither human nor beast. Just one look was enough to make people shudder. This fellow is only strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Everyone, follow me and attack together. Tang Ke shouted. That's right. It has already exhausted more than half of its power. Zhou Yin echoed. Kill. The crowd no longer dared to investigate the authenticity of their words, because if they continued to delay, they might not even have the courage to make a move. Qin Feng sighed. How could he not see that this monster was even more powerful than the oracle? But since things had come to this point, no one dared to show the slightest fear. Otherwise, once the people's hearts collapsed, no one would be able to survive. Damn, didn't they say that the divine envoy was only at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm? Qin Feng cursed. This guy had probably reached the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Gong Xiaoxi's pretty face was extremely solemn. She shook her head and said, I'm not sure. This divine emissary is more powerful than we imagined. I'm afraid that with our strength, we may not be able to deal with it. Even if we can't deal with them, we still have to think of a way. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die. Qin Feng sighed and said, You go to the side and rest for a while. At a time like this, especially at times like this, the more important it is to remain calm. Qin Feng shook his head and said, This might be our final trump card. You have to quickly recover your spiritual power. Gong Xiaoxi also knew the use of the yin-yang fusion formation. She nodded and said softly, Be careful. Qin Feng nodded slightly and charged forward with the rest of the experts. Xiao. The tentacles on the monster's body seemed to have eyes as they shot toward the crowd. Pung! Qin Feng viciously chopped down with his axe, leaving a bloody wound on the monster's body. Meanwhile, he was sent flying by the recoil. Too powerful. He grimaced. His entire arm was numb from the impact. Whoosh! In this world, the tentacles crisscrossed, bringing with them gusts of wind. No one was able to get close. If this continues, all of us will die. Zhou Yin panted slightly as he stared at the monster with a solemn expression. Tang Ke's expression was still calm, but his eyes were even more profound. Green Sky Gourd Keep. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and sand and pebbles flew. An extremely terrifying suction force erupted. The monster trembled as it was entangled by an inexplicable energy rule. Its body gradually shrank. It's working. Flower Demon's face lit up with joy as she frantically injected spiritual power into the green sky gourd. The monster's body became smaller and smaller as it kept moving toward the Flower Demon. Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they saw this. If they could keep it, it would be much easier to kill it. Only Qin Feng and Tang Ke did not look happy. Would this monster really be kept by the green sky gourd? All of a sudden, their expressions changed drastically as they shouted. Little Demon is in danger. Little Demon, retreat. At this moment, Flower Demon also realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. The monster's body suddenly expanded and broke through the suction force of the green sky gourd. It shook violently and a gust of wind blew. The Flower Demon was directly lifted into the air. Whoosh! The monster opened its mouth and its sharp fangs pierced toward the Flower Demon, who was in midair. The latter's pretty face was pale. She was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength. Without spiritual power to control her body, she could only watch as the sharp fangs pierced toward her body. At this critical moment, Qin Feng and Gong Xiaoxi arrived at the same time. They set up the yin-yang integration formation and smashed it toward the monster. Boom! The ferocious impact made the monster's body tremble violently. Sky Tyrant's seal. With a loud shout, Zhou Yin appeared on the monster's head. He slammed his hands down, and a golden seal smashed on the monster's head. Roar! The monster was in pain. It swept its tail violently and sent Zhou Yin, who could not dodge in time, flying. While he was in midair, fresh blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. I'll kill you. Yu Huayan's eyes were bloodshot. He used all his strength to perform his unique skill. A beam of light suddenly shot out and exploded on the monster's face. Blood gushed out. Bang! A tentacle shot over with a powerful sound. Yu Huayan's expression changed. However, he had just performed his ultimate skill, and his body was empty of spiritual power. He could not react in time and was hit by the tentacle. His body flew backward and his chest caved in slightly. From the moment Zhou Yin and Yu Huatian attacked to the moment they were heavily injured, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The monster forced the two of them back. The golden hand below slammed heavily toward the Flower Demon. Little Demon, run! Gong Xiaoxi's sharp voice rang out. She pulled out a long blue whip and lashed it at the monster. Bang! Several tentacle whips lashed out. Gong Xiaoxi could not dodge in time. She was sent flying, and her aura was weak. Qin Feng's expression was gloomy. He and Gong Xiaoxi had not truly mastered the yin-yang integration formation. They could not use it for a long battle. He looked at the monster rushing toward the Flower Demon, then at the frightened and helpless Flower Demon. He sighed softly. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of the Flower Demon and pushed his hands forward. Wind Spirit Barrier. Boom! At the moment of impact, the Wind Spirit Barrier shattered. In an instant, the power of water spread out and turned into a huge water ball, enveloping the monster. Whoosh! He held the Flower Demon and quickly retreated. Bang! Chapter 190. Join hands rumble. The earth quaked, dust rose into the air, and rocks flew everywhere. Numerous cracks, each as thick as an arm, spread out. Death God's arrow. A purple light tore through the void and shot out explosively, blasting a large hole in the monster's head. Feeling the pain, the monster turned around and crazily attacked Tang Quebec Rumble. The ground was shaking. Tang Ke swept his gaze across the battlefield. All he could see were people lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Some of them had already fainted. In the entire battlefield, he was the only one who could still fight. This tragic scene caused his heart to be covered with a layer of fog. The strength of this monster was far beyond his imagination. I've really become a sinner of Saint Ruin this time, he sighed softly. He knew that if all these people died here, It would be a huge blow to the Saint Ryuin. The top students were probably all dead. His eyes burned with a raging battle intent. He clenched his fists, and with a flash of spiritual light, two crescent blades appeared. The two swords crossed, spiritual power surged, and a large amount of light soared on the other side. Qin Feng was lying on a pile of rocks. He looked at the scared flower demon and smiled bitterly. "Are you okay?" The latter opened her eyes wide and looked at him in a daze. "Why did you save me?" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. He slowly stood up and stared at Tang Ke, who was fighting the monster. He said, "Hurry up and leave. Run as far as you can. You want us to leave you behind and escape by ourselves." Flower Demon shook her head and stubbornly said, "Even if we die, we will die together." Clang! A bloody and broken machete flew over and stabbed into the ground. It shook violently and emitted a sword cry. After Tang Ke was sent flying by the monster, he turned around and rushed over. Qin Feng's face was fearless as he said, "It's useless for you to stay here. Perhaps you'll have a chance to survive if you escape." The monster was too strong, far beyond what they could handle. Even if they gathered everyone's strength, it would still be difficult to fight it. "I didn't expect to die here in such a way." Qin Feng laughed at himself. The burning pain on his back aroused the anger in his heart. "Hurry up and leave. Don't make our deaths meaningless." Qin Feng turned his head to look at the flower demon with a smile on his face. Flower demon's eyes widened. At this moment, the aura emanating from Qin Feng's body actually made her dizzy for a moment. As the earth shook slightly, Qin Feng had already rushed towards the monster. He stretched out his hand, condensed his spirit energy, and shot out a beam of light. Bang! The tentacles that the monster shot out were directly shattered, and the remaining force rushed into the monster's bloody eyes, stirring up a burst of bloody light. The monster roared furiously, and its tentacles swept over in a frenzy. Qin Feng's mental strength and the power of water surged. However, after a few more waves, he was still swept away and his body fell heavily to the ground. A tentacle smashed down on his head. At this moment, a mental talisman shot over and blew up the tentacle. Qin Feng took advantage of this gap and quickly dodged. However, just as he got up, he was swept away by another tentacle and was sent flying. Looking at Gong Xiaoxi, who helped him out, Qin Feng secretly shook his head and said to her, "Don't waste your time. Take those who can still move and leave. I can't hold on much longer. You can give up your life to let us escape. How can we not have the courage to fight side by side with you?" Gong Xiaoxi said. She was as stubborn as the flower demon. "If you have the ability to stop the monster for a while, I will definitely leave." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, you can't. Instead of this, it's better to preserve your strength. Only by surviving can we have a chance to take revenge in the future." It was not that he did not want to escape, but he was targeted by the monster and could not escape. In the end, everyone would die tragically. Since he was going to die anyway, he would be noble for once and be the one who brought up the rear for the rest of the team. After that, Qin Feng suddenly turned around and grabbed the monster's sawtooth. At this moment, his aura soared to the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm. At the same time, he suddenly opened his mouth and used the sky-shattering dragon roar. A sound wave spurted out from his mouth and turned into ripples. At the same time, his mental strength attacked the monster's mind. The power of water turned into a water python and tightly entangled the monster. 100 Calamity, Sky, Swallowing Art, Devour. Qin Feng grabbed his sharp teeth and activated the power of devouring. He turned to look at the two women and shouted, "Why aren't you leaving?" Seeing Qin Feng desperately entangled the monster, Gong Xiaoxi, the tiger, and the flower demon bit their red lips with their teeth. Their delicate bodies trembled, and crystal-clear tears kept falling down their faces. "Go!" The two women's delicate bodies shook. They immediately wiped their tears and turned to run. Pucci! Qin Feng finally couldn't hold on and was sent flying by the monster. The difference in strength was too great. His mental strength and the power of devouring didn't have much effect. Qin Feng's body was flung through the air. In midair, the monster once again ferociously slammed over. Upon sensing that terrifying might, Qin Feng's lips twitched. The exhaustion in his body caused him to have no way to defend himself. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. A sharp sword light burst out and ruthlessly stabbed into the monster's body. At the same time, a soft spiritual energy wrapped around Qin Feng and rolled him up to avoid the monster's fatal blow. Tang Kei's body floated in midair. Halos spread out from his body, revealing traces of spirituality. He looked at Qin Feng and said, "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His mental strength spread out and supported his body. He smiled and said, "You didn't fall, how can I fall?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Tang Kei looked up and laughed. "I really didn't misjudge you. You're not ordinary, little cutie." Qin Feng's expression tightened. Then he calmly said, "Little Tang Tang is also very extraordinary. You're actually about to break through to the spirit-detecting realm." Tang Kei's smile froze. The two looked at each other, and then they both laughed. "Haha, delightful. To be able to fight side by side with someone like you at the last moment of my life is an honor." With that, Tang Kei's body glowed. His spiritual energy became even more dazzling. Qin Feng was shocked. "You can break through?" "I could have broken through a long time ago, but I wanted to forge the strongest bone here. It's a pity that I ended up like this," Tang Kei said. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Then he said, "If you break through now, you can leave this place." "Yes, if I break through to the spirit-detecting realm, I'll be kicked out of this world." Tang Kei nodded. Then he shook his head and smiled. "But if I do that, will all of you die? Even if you don't break through, our chances of survival are slim." "Who says it isn't? It's just that everyone pursues different things. This happened because of me. If I escape alone, I won't even be able to get past myself. My Tao heart will be damaged, and I'll be mediocre in the future. But if I continue to fight and follow my heart, perhaps I'll have a chance to survive." Seeing the confident smile on Tang Kei's face, Qin Feng secretly nodded. His impression of Tang Kei increased by another level. Chapter 191. Fire God Law of the Five Elements Rumble. The battle immediately erupted. Qin Feng and Tang Kei attacked without the slightest hesitation. They fought a bloody battle with no regard for life or death. Even though their spiritual strength was exhausted and their bodies were covered in blood, they were still smiling and calmly facing death. How can we be left out of the battle of heaven span? Rays of light burst out one after another. Zhou Yin, Yu Huatian, Mo Feng, Qian Yin, and a few other powerful people also joined the battle. Even if they knew that they were not a match, no one would shrink back. Looking at the fearless figures, Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil. They should be his comrades, his companions. His heart surged with battle intent. At this moment, he had once again broken through to the late bone strengthening stage. Might of the Divine Emperor, Qin Feng's aura continued to soar, reaching the peak of bone strengthening stage. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feng let out a heroic laugh. At this time, his heart was completely open, and he seemed to have entered a strange state. His spiritual energy, the power of water, and the use of some of his trump cards were surprisingly smooth. So much so that he felt hot blood burning in his chest. It was as if it was about to gush out. He could not suppress this feeling, nor did he want to suppress it. He let out a loud roar, and substantial sound waves spread out from his mouth, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. In an instant, the monster's huge body staggered, and its attack speed slowed down. Qin Feng had a blank look in his eyes, but it was soon followed by a burst of ecstasy. He had finally mastered the divine dragon collapsing sky roar. His roar carried a trace of a dragon's roar, and it had a suppressive effect on any spirit beasts with impure bloodlines. He did not know what race this monster belonged to, but it was definitely not comparable to the divine dragon. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly activated the divine dragon technique. Then his body trembled as another transparent dragon head merged with his body. Dragon's might, Qin Feng shouted, releasing the dragon's coercion and divine dragon's sky collapsing roar at the same time. Although the monster was still fighting with them, Qin Feng could clearly see that its body was trembling, being suppressed by him. Although they didn't know what Qin Feng had done, the monster's attack power had been greatly reduced, and its movements had been slowed down. This was a good opportunity for them to attack. Everyone desperately urged the spiritual energy in their bodies and crazily attacked the monster. Streaks of blood blossomed from the monster's body, and the mournful cries revealed a hint of fear. Boom! Qin Feng rushed over and punched out. It was as if a dragon's claw had reached out and merged with his fist. The monster's body trembled even more violently, and one could clearly see the fear in its remaining two eyes. Rumble! After being hit by Qin Feng's punch, the monster's body suddenly staggered and flipped over. Good chance! Tang Ke laughed loudly. He drew his bow with both hands and shot out a purple arrow. The giant golden hand that was exposed underneath the monster was shot by the arrow. At the same time, Zhou Yin and the others crazily attacked the other giant hand, blowing it up. After losing its two giant hands, the monster's movements were impaired. It could only roll around and attack everyone with its tentacles. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant golden net appeared in the sky and quickly expanded, enveloping the monster and entangling all its tentacles. Seeing this, everyone rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Spiritual energy crazily blasted out, and blood poured down from the monster's body like raindrops. Its aura was also weakening bit by bit. "Great, kill it for me!" Flower Demon shouted, controlling the giant golden net, and said to everyone. Needless to say, everyone attacked without stopping, fearing that it would counterattack at any time. "If it doesn't die, we will die," Tengus said loudly. Everyone understood that everyone was at the end of their rope. They had only managed to hold on until now by relying on their last breath. This was their last chance. Once the monster reacted, they would have no chance at all. Under their desperate attacks, the monster's struggle gradually weakened. In the end, it completely stopped moving. Only then did everyone stop. One by one, they collapsed on the ground and laughed heartily. Only those who had experienced death could deeply understand the preciousness of life. "I really didn't expect that we would actually succeed." Zhou Yin panted heavily. He had always been cold, but now there was excitement in the corners of his eyes. Everyone nodded. They were already prepared to die and didn't expect to live. They didn't expect that they would really be able to kill their way out. Boom! However, at this moment, the monster suddenly erupted with an immeasurably strong light, and an even more ferocious power spread out from its body. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze, and they were filled with shock. This monster wasn't dead yet. However, at this moment, the monster changed. Holy light shrouded it, and soon it returned to its original human form, becoming holy. Moreover, it didn't attack anyone. It only said mechanically, successfully defended the stage. Then, it turned into a beam of light, rushed into the center of the god bestowment stage, and disappeared. It was also at this moment that an endless amount of colorful light gushed out from there, turning into spiritual light that filled the sky and fell like raindrops. Everyone was shocked. When the spiritual light landed on their bodies, it actually healed their injuries. The few of them, including the others, were all pleasantly surprised. They all quickly absorbed the spiritual light and healed their injuries. Soon, everyone recovered, and their auras also reached their peak. Whoosh! On the god bestowment stage, golden light flashed, turning into a golden fire that engulfed this place. Spiritual true flames. Everyone was overjoyed. This was a rare spiritual flame that could refine one's body and even the strongest bones. F***CK. Qin Feng didn't even think and quickly retreated. He was already the strongest bone and didn't want to suffer this pain. Everyone laughed loudly. They all knew that Qin Feng was the most miserable this time. To others, the spiritual true flames were a miracle medicine, but to him, it was poison. Everyone relaxed their bodies and let the spiritual true flames envelop them. If they wanted to refine the strongest bones, they had to accept the burning of the flames. Of course, not everyone could refine the strongest bones. F*CKU. Qin Feng shouted from afar. The spiritual true flames were a reward for the arena defenders, and he couldn't just take it. Wrapped in the golden flames, Qin Feng shouted in pain. If it was an opportunity, he would definitely accept it, but this wasn't him. He was already the strongest bone, and the spiritual true flames were useless to him. Brother Qin Feng, we'll compensate you when we return. Everyone said one after another. Half of their success was due to Qin Feng, but in the end, he didn't get anything, and was even burned by the flames. This is the happiest day I've been here. Little cutie, burn to your heart's content. Burn, Awu. Flower Demon shouted excitedly. But what followed was a miserable scream. It wasn't easy to burn the body and refine one's bone structure. Qin Feng ignored them and used the water god technique to disperse the spiritual true flames. However, the moment the water god technique was activated, a strange feeling appeared in his mind. The water god technique seemed to have resonated with the spiritual true flames. After being stunned for a while, Qin Feng's deflated expression was immediately replaced by ecstasy. Chapter 192. Yin-Yang Technique. This discovery made Qin Feng overjoyed. He was well aware of how powerful the water god technique of the 5 elements art was. It had helped him resolve many dangers. This was a terrifying technique whose level was unknown. In fact, it might even surpass the earth art battle skill. But no matter what, it was still incomplete. This was also Qin Feng's regret. He had always wanted to complete this technique, but the demon eye had said that this technique was very mysterious. It was not something that could be made up for with great strength. In the end, he gave up, but he did not expect to find another part of this technique in the Sacred Dragon Realm. It was the fire god technique of the 5 elements. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng removed the power of water and guided the spiritual true flame into his body. He knew that only by touching this flame would he be able to sense the fire god law. At this moment, the raging inferno wasn't torment to Qin Feng, but a form of training. He secretly executed the water god technique, further resonating with the fire god technique. At some unknown time, he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was a flaming door. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before pushing it open and entering. This was a relatively dilapidated space that had existed for an unknown number of years. There were burning flames everywhere, and these flames were different from the spiritual true flames. For someone who had cultivated the water god technique and had come into contact with water elemental energy, he could tell at a glance that these were flames derived from fire elemental energy. Just like how the water element gave birth to the power of water, this was the power of fire. Qin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, held his breath, and opened his senses. He integrated himself into the space and sensed the mysterious fire elemental energy. As time passed, Qin Feng's brows slowly furrowed. He could sense the power of the fire element, but he couldn't use it. He couldn't find a way to circulate it or form a seal. After a moment of silence, he used the water god technique. In this dry space, bit by bit, the power of water that carried heat seeped out. In the air, the water god technique formed seals and special circulation paths. Rumble. The space trembled, and then a huge fire swept across the sky. It was as if a heavenly fire had set the prairie ablaze. Large and densely packed characters flickered with fiery light in the air. Qin Feng's mind shook as he recognized the first half of the manual as the 5 elements art's method of circulation. The second half was similar to the water god art. Clearly, this was the fire god art's method of circulation. Qin Feng didn't dare to delay. He quickly calmed his mind and memorized the fire god law's special method of operating it. Soon after, he was expelled from this space, which made him feel quite regretful. He wanted to look around to see if there were any other inheritances. One had to know that when he obtained the water god technique, he also obtained the stone axe and the divine power disc. However, this space seemed to have its own consciousness. After he cultivated the fire god law, it kicked him out. Qin Feng sighed regretfully as he looked at the gradually dissipating fire gate. Qin Feng could not see where the others were. He could only occasionally hear some suppressed roars of pain coming from various directions. Seeing this, Qin Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated the fire god art. Perhaps it was because he was surrounded by fire, or perhaps it was because he had cultivated the water god art, but his progress in cultivating the fire god art was very fast. A cluster of flames rose from the tip of his finger. Feeling the pure power of fire, Qin Feng could not help but smile in gratification. Once he cultivated the fire god art to the same level as the water god art, his battle strength would definitely increase by a level, and that day would not be too far away. After all, he had successfully cultivated the water god art, so he was quite familiar with this art. It was easier for him to cultivate it. The flame coiled around his fingertip like a small snake, moving according to his will. After playing with it for a while, Qin Feng dispersed the power of fire. However, at this moment, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Looking at the dissipating flame, Qin Feng slowly narrowed his eyes. When he used the water god art, he could feel his body cool. When he cultivated the fire god art, he felt a dry heat. Cool and dry heat. Aren't these two opposite types of energy? Among the 5 elements of heaven and earth, water was yin and fire was yang. If he cultivated these 2 types of energy, would he be able to stimulate the yin and yang energy in his body? Once the yin and yang energy in his body were fully activated, the mental energy in his body would completely evolve into mental yin and yang energy. If it was possible, he would not need to find yin and yang energy to absorb. With this thought, Qin Feng quickly cultivated. The water god art circulated without any hesitation. Although the fire god art was slow and weak, it was still cultivated. In his hands, a fist-sized water ball and a soybean-sized fireball appeared. Half of his body was burning with fire, and the other half was surging with water. Water and fire were incompatible, but they coexisted in his body. When they touched each other, they were clearly separated. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He could clearly feel the mysterious and obscure yin and yang energy. He did not understand it, but he could feel its existence. Buzz. The moment the water and fire merged, an illusory image of yin and yang hugging each other appeared behind him. At the same time, a message was transmitted to his brain. The yin and yang art of water and fire merging into one body. The yin and yang of the conjoined body seizes all creation. When the yin and yang are born together, the yin and yang energy can be formed. Qin Feng was surprised. What was going on? He continued to savor the message. When heaven and earth were created, yin and yang were divided. Everything in heaven and earth is either yin or yang. The human body also has yin and yang, balancing the body. The yin and yang art is to gather the yin and yang energy in the human body and form the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth are in harmony, everything is born. Yin and yang are born together. First yang, then yin. Yin and yang are intertwined. Yin and yang are born together. Yin and yang are opposite. Yin and yang have the same root. Yin and yang together can control the world. Carefully savoring the message, Qin Feng's mind was in a mess. He could not understand what it was saying. However, he seemed to have some understanding of it. It seemed right yet wasn't, like an illusion yet wasn't real, drifting indeterminately and difficult to grasp. Take the yang fire and condense the yang energy to form the yang energy. Take the yin cold and transform the yin energy to form the yin energy. First yang, then yin. When the yin and yang are combined, the yin and yang energy will be formed. When the yin and yang nurture each other, the yin and yang energy will be refined and the world will be shaken. When the yin and yang oppose each other, they will be able to transform into wind and thunder. When the yin and yang are born together, the yin and yang energy will converge. Everything will weep together, and the world can be controlled. Savoring the information of the yin and yang art, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. This was because he cultivated both the water god art and the fire god art. The yin and yang art was derived from the five elements art. It was a technique that activated the yin and yang in the human body. Moreover, he was confused and could not understand the message at all. The yin and yang art was really mysterious. However, he understood the first part of the message. Take the yang fire and cultivate the yang energy. Then take the yin cold energy and cultivate the yin energy. The mind has the yin and yang energy and can be used. The yin and yang energy in the human body can also be used. I understand now. Qin Feng understood a lot. The mind and the body were closely related. The yin and yang energy in the body could refine the yin and yang energy in the mind. Similarly, the latter would be fed back to the body, further activating the yin and yang energy in the body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.